Sure. Okay, hello and welcome to the final day of the KSSA Indian Open 2026. I am Josh Sokol here with Madhav. Madhav, how is it going?
It's great. It should be a fantastic day of Scrabble ahead of us. But before we start with the Scrabble, I think some of you might have noticed that the background of the stream has changed. So those are the colors of the Indian flag. And the reason behind that is today is a very special day in India. It's a national holiday called Republic Day. So this marks the anniversary that the Indian Constitution came into effect. So in 1950, on this day, India's constitution came into effect, and India transitioned to becoming a republic from whereas it was earlier a dominion of the British Empire and all that. So this is a very important day in India, and yeah, hopefully we have some great Scrabble on this day.
Mhm. Yeah, big day for India. A lot of tournaments take place during national holidays. This one is no different. And I'd also like to mention, I guess, how this tournament kind of came to be. Some information about that. But this tournament has been sponsored by Mu Sigma for the past 7 years. It's the chief sponsor of the event. They make it pretty much possible to do all of this, the streaming, the venue. So having sponsorship in Scrabble, I think, is extremely important. And I don't think in North America people necessarily recognize how in the rest of the world, I mean, this is kind of how it goes. It's kind of normal to have companies sponsoring Scrabble tournaments, and this is something that if we had that in North America, I think things would get rolling even more than they are right now. But yeah, I was always wondering what came to be, why this is called the Mu Sigma tournament, and it's because of the CEO. His name Diraj. Yeah, he's the CEO of the company. Apparently, his grandfather played Scrabble, um, and played in the 2019 edition of this tournament. So before sponsorship, and then decided to sponsor it. So before this was sponsored by Capgemini. And so now this is called the KSSA Indian Open 2026, but sponsored by Mu Sigma. So we thank them for that. And yeah, we're going to get into the Scrabble soon. And we have a pretty similar situation to last year, Madhav. So can you tell us a little bit about the standings right now?
Yeah, so at present, Adhisha is 2 games ahead of Hubert, but Hubert does have a higher spread. And so last year, what had happened was with 3 games to go, Adhisha was 2 games ahead of Hubert then as well. And Hubert actually came back in spectacular fashion, winning the last 3 games in a row to almost steal the title from Adhisha. And yeah, I'm sure both of them are thinking about this at some point on some level right now, but it has been another year. I know Adhisha has gotten better at Scrabble in that time. Maybe Hubert has as well, but I think we can
Mhm.
look forward to some fantastic Scrabble between the two of them today. And of course, there are still other players in the field. It's not only between the two of them. So if either of these two players makes a mistake, there are plenty of others waiting to pounce upon it.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, the format, I mean, it's every round is a King of the Hill round at this point, right?
Yeah, all 6 games today will be 1 versus 2, 3 versus 4, and so on. So we'll have games between the top 2 players for every round.
Yeah. And so, yeah, round 28, there are 6 rounds to go. And right now, Keisha is at the top of the standings, 2 games ahead of Hubert. But Hubert has the spread advantage. So that's also going to play an important role. There are also a few players trailing that also have pretty good spread. So in third place, Irfan is at 18 and 9 as well. So Hubert's at 18 and 9. Irfan and Sherwin are at 18 and 9. So if Ahisha does win this game, um, probably, yeah, he'll be playing the winner of Irfan and Sherwin. We see in the chat that Sherwin hasn't played Atisha yet. I don't know. I can't confirm that, but I trust it. And so it'd be really, really interesting to see that matchup. I also wanted to mention how at 16 and 11, we have Buckshai, who's a 16. He's plus 1555. So there's a very, very, very small chance that he can maybe win the tournament, even though he's 4 games behind. But anyways, we'll see. We'll see. I think it's probably behind. It's probably up to Atisha, Hubert, Irfan, or Sherwin at this point in time, most likely. But anything can happen, like we saw last year. So very exciting stuff, Mara.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's definitely not that cut and dried with 6 more rounds to play. Jeremy also has a very good spread. Samrat has a half point that could be crucial. But yeah, lots of action. We'll be seeing lots of action all day. And each placement does matter. It's a lot of prize money on the line. So you can bet that people are fighting as closely for second and third as they would be for first.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm excited. We saw some really incredible Scrabble being played yesterday, and apparently there was a really cool game that Jeremy played. I don't think it was necessarily on stream where he made a very cool setup play. So I love setups. I like to see people thinking outside the box, but I also like to see just really really good. See the players have sat down at the table, and they're going to be starting relatively soon. So Adhisha will be going first, and if somebody can tally up how many times they've played Atisha and Hubert this tournament, what the record is, I'd be very curious to see. But yeah, it's funny. It's just a similar situation to last year. Have you played Atisha much, Madhav, in your games?
Yeah, Adisha is actually one of my most frequent opponents. So we've met at the World Youths for maybe the last 5 years running. I think we've played at least once every year at the World Youths. Then I've played him at this tournament as well quite a few times. So I think I have a fairly equal record against him, maybe something like 6 wins for me to 7 losses or so. And yeah, he's a great player, fantastic word knowledge, and very, very sound strategically. So it's going to be hard for Hubert to beat him, but at the same time, Hubert is the world number 3 right now. So, and that's for a reason.
Absolutely. And both of these guys, somewhat timid in nature, thinking about trying to interview players at some points during the day, but somewhat unlikely that we'll get we'll get much out of either of them until maybe the event is over. Um, but Huber's going to shake the bag. Isha will be going first, and we'll be starting very very soon. I'm so excited. Um, in chat, let us know what's going on. How's the weather? Where are you watching from? What time is it? Let us know if you're rooting for anyone in particular, and we'll be getting rolling very very shortly as Atisha has grabbed the bag. Very good technique, by the way. Open palm, one at a time. We love to see it.
Yeah. So, yeah, an update on their head to head. So, I think in this tournament, they've played 5 times and Atisha's won 3 out of 5. And before this tournament, they've actually met 10 times and it's 5-5 between them. So,
Very nice.
almost nothing to
So this
separate them.
is one of possibly many tiebreakers left in their head-to-head, and they'll probably be playing each other a lot more often in the months and years to come. Um, and we see opening rack of AMORSUV for Adhisha. So not a bad rack, not a good rack. Um, Pretty, I think, standout play here. Start things off. Maybe a couple. Merva scores 26 points, but possibly Ovum could be the choice. Slightly more defensive, except for the N hook. But I think I like Merva here.
Yeah, I would prefer Merva because Ovam doesn't take an S hook and you're holding an S. So, I would want to do something that creates an S hook.
Yeah, and if you're gonna play Ovum, maybe you would play it with the O on the stars, so that 7-letter words will fit making SO or OS. But I like the points here, and I think at some point Isha will come to this conclusion as well. But as we have seen many times, he's taking more time than average on the opening play, if I could say that.
Yeah, definitely. So another thing I love about Merva is because you're putting the V in the fourth square, the lane is the S hook is very hard to obstruct for Hubert. For him to obstruct the S hook, he would have to be playing through the A, and that would score very little unless he's bingoing. So you're sort of guaranteeing yourself a lane for the next turn.
Yeah, and you're also limiting overlapping plays, which could come back and score pretty well. And for Hubert, not a great rack either. Diinttw. He basically just has to wait and see what his opponent does. But if Merva comes onto the board, maybe something like unwit or just wit, underlapping the MU. Um,
Hmm. Could see.
Dimwit, unfortunately, not hitting a double word score.
Yeah, I could see a play like Twit also maybe. I think playing off the T might help him there. I'm not. Although he could keep it as a hook, of course. He does have
Okay.
plays like Nitwit, I guess. So now he could play something like Nitwit with Novam, or just maybe, or Dimwit now.
Yeah, I think now Dimwit is clear. So the idea of playing Ovum off center is actually what he should decide to do. The engine saying this is a strong play, Merv is a strong play, everything very close. The leave is just a lot better, OS versus ARS. So this is why point sacrifice occurred. So I think Dimwit pretty clear here through the M of Ovum. I feel like Hubert might be able to determine or ascertain that he should didn't hold an N with the last play, but I'm not sure if that matters much.
Yeah, I mean that is an influence. Yeah, so holding the N is for Novam is probably good for Hubert here. So Dimwit looks like a good play. The only thing I don't love is you are creating a hotspot and you're creating an S hook, but I think it's too early to be worrying about those things.
Yeah, yeah, I think you just have to go with a nice 24 points, a good leave of NT. And it's not the easiest word to spot. Of course, Hubert knows the word dimwit. Pretty much everybody in this Division 1 has to know the word. But if you've never played it before, I could see missing this 6 letter word.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like he's lining up Wind with Novam right now, which is decent, but I don't love keeping two Ts on my rack. Wind looks like a good choice, though.
Yeah, yeah.
And meanwhile, yeah, Adhisha's drawn. Oh, okay, so yeah, Hubert does indeed play Dimwit. Probably his best choice, so very good board vision to see it. You don't think of plays through the M when you have a track as clunky as this, so it's good of him to recognize that. Now, Atisha has drawn the Z, but he's also got a U with that, which makes this rack a lot worse for potential bingos. But having said that, there are some eights with this rack. It's just he doesn't have any of the correct floaters. So
Yeah. Anybody in chat can find some of the 8 letter words. A lot of them are very fun here. But unfortunately, nothing does play. But drawing the Z is pretty good. If you're not going to bingo, draw the best scoring tile in the game. And I'm very curious what direction he's just going to go in because the play of Dersey from the D is very strong in terms of score and leave, but it does open a huge scoring spot. And we've seen Atisha make pretty defensive decisions earlier in the tournament, and was for 25 is available, keeping a better leave and not opening as much. So I'm curious. He finds some other way to score points and part with the U and the Z. But I think those are the two plays I'm thinking of, Madhav.
yeah, I think playing off the U is really crucial here because otherwise you would like to do something like ZT to block that thing because to block the I because it's possible Hubert was setting up something with Dimwit. So you would want to block the I ideally to prevent plays with the Q or the X there. So I would think of something like ZT or just Zit as well. But I think you really want to play off the U here.
And it's crazy to think about it, but if Jersey does get played, triple triple is in store for Hubert Wee. And this is why play of Jersey might be a tad dangerous. I don't know if I would be able to get away from playing for 35 though. Feels like feels like Dimwit is just a normal play. You can't really be expecting Hubert to have such incredible piles here. Very, very important moment here for Atisha.
No, you definitely can't be worrying about nine timers every turn. So you could. So Duzzy is a very reasonable option. Although I think in a game I would lean towards Woods just a little bit because I would be worried about scoring plays there as well. Just opening a triple in general doesn't feel worth the points here. It looks like he's lining up ZT, which maybe he's reading too much into Dimwit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's even more defensive than was, given that it blocks that only the only triple letter score that is open on the board. So this does make sense as well. It protects the S hook of Dimwits, creates a new S hook. So we could definitely see ZD here. The U isn't that bad that you would leave it leave it
Josh, it looks
on
like
the
he.
rack. But look at this. Look at this. Oh my goodness. We're 100% seeing a triple triple after this. Wow.
Oh God.
What a break for Hubert Wee.
Not necessarily a mistake from Adisha, but in this specific outcome, it's going to give Hubert a triple triple. I think he has two options here, Natlike and Kettling. So that would be a very high scoring triple triple as well. That's 14 times 9, so 176 points for either option. Sheesh.
Yeah, so with the blanket 167, I mean that's a lot of points. And Hubert most certainly going to spot one of these. Either you think of the ing suffix or the like suffix when you have this rack immediately. So wow, what an incredible start for Hubert Wee. Jersey, like we said, is not necessarily a mistake. Scores well, it leaves well, it's aggressive, but it's going to get punished really, really hard, and it's going to be hard to come back from a 150-point deficit, even though there's so much game to be played.
Yeah, and it's going to be especially hard given that what Adisha has drawn, I don't think he'll have any playable bingos on his next turn as well. I don't
Yeah,
think
yeah,
he has any of the floaters he needed. I think a C and an M would work, and maybe an X as well. But without those, he's gonna have to play another low scoring move, and he'll probably be behind by about 150. We've seen him make some comebacks in this tournament so far, though, so I would definitely keep watching.
yeah. Of course, we're not saying go away, just come back if you're rooting for Adhisha. He could definitely still win this game. It's just going to be quite the hike. So if Kettling comes down, I expect probably the response of Zoa, making ON and AG, keeping a very strong AELST. And if Natlike comes down, same idea, I think. Zoa scores even more. Um, but that is going to be the choice for Hubert. So Natlike, maybe slightly less defensive. It's an easier lane to hit next to the E, and the ing might stay there for a while on the top right. But a triple triple here is very, very good.
Yeah, I'm actually slightly surprised that Hubert is playing this over Kettling, since, yeah, as you said, Kettling is a bit more defensive, but I mean, when you have a triple triple, you don't want to take any chances. So maybe he's unsure of Kettling, or he doesn't want to give back that E in the as a floater. That could be it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it could be that kettling wasn't always a word. I'm thinking maybe of the North American lexicon, but it has at least recently been added to the North American lexicon. So yeah, probably slightly better to have played kettling, but we're not gonna debate it much. And I think Adhisha put this play on hold, and I'm not surprised. Your opponent scores 170 points on you. You have to be 100% sure that they have just played a valid word. So yeah,
So actually, what might have happened was when Hubert saw Kettling, he might have instinctively put the blank on the double letter square and thought he was scoring less, without realizing he could swap it around to put the T there. That's
Yeah,
something that happens
maybe.
in blank as a double letter, I think. But anyway, I wouldn't. I think okay, Atisha has let it go, which is something that's pretty hard to do because you instinctively you're just hoping that it's somehow a phony. But good to see he's trusting his own word knowledge here and not giving an extra 5 points.
Yeah, and this is a bizarre word, but it is valid. It's pretty high probability. So I feel like if it was played for 60 points, 70 points, Atisha wouldn't have even batted an eye, but 67 is like, okay, maybe I'm going to think about this a little bit. But very, very mature to let it go in the end. Oh, actually, he didn't let it go. He just allowed Hubert to draw his courtesy tiles. Anyways, either way, good decision by Atisha.
All right. Yeah, you can't blame him for that. So 140, 138 points down now, but he does have a good set of 1 quintile, so hopefully he can find a bingo soon to catch up. I think, as you said, Zoa looks pretty standard here. It does block the R, which isn't ideal, but it's just so many more points than doing something like Avo. So
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. And AELST is such a strong leave that you probably won't need a floating tile to help you bonus, but yeah, I think Zoa slightly better than Azo. Azo would block the T of Nat like and not recreate a sevens lane going down. Um, but neither of these plays is very inspiring when you're down 143 points. Hubert's drawn pretty well, some scoring tiles, a couple of owls.
so
So
one
he's going to be able
thing,
to
yeah,
respond to Zoa very, very well. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, no, I think I was pointing out the same thing. So what Zoa does is it sets up a huge hotspot for a Y with making Y okay, and 5 letter or longer plays through that R would score very well. And Hubert would have, I think, Gary there for about maybe 46 points or so, I think. So he'll be
Yeah,
able to extend his lead here.
yeah, and I mean it's such a bad case scenario because if Hubert's able to extend all the way up to the second row with GHARRY, that blocks the G of Nat like blocks the sevens lane. It's such a good result for him with this rack, but Letitia couldn't have known. There are two Ys unseen. Chances of Hubert drawing one of them, maybe 1 in 4, a little bit, something like that. So Zoe's still the correct play.
Yeah, but oh, it looks like Hubert's choosing to play shorter and play Gory instead. I think the H is a good tile for scoring, and he has that spot with HI, so maybe that's what he's thinking of. But I don't know. I would have preferred Gary to close the triple lane at the top.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think this was a conscious choice by Hubert. I think maybe he's a little bit nervous after his triple triple, but I feel like just playing for 8 more points here, blocking the G immediately, is the way to go. But still a very good play.
Yeah. So meanwhile, Akisha has finally drawn into some bingos, although there's no 7 letter words on his rack. He should have options through the V and T, I think, unless I'm missing any more.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Yeah, none of these options are very palatable. Unfortunately, none of them hit a good bonus square. Um, But yeah, among those plays, you want to make a play that leaves the board very open. Ahisha's going to need to bingo multiple times here to win this game. And so what you want to do in this position is try and leave as many spots open and as much future potential for the board. And I'm wondering if playing vertically is the way to do that, or if you want to play horizontally through the T.
I think he's actually made the right decision here because what Elatives does is it leaves dimwits open as a hook and it creates another sneaky R hook for relatives at the top while also putting an S in a good spot. So if he draws 7 letter words that don't have an S, he could end them in the S there. I think it's better than doing something like Veliest and just opening up a triple lane, but that would be pretty easy for Hubert to block while scoring well.
Yeah, yeah. I don't think you want to just open such a big spot, although Eladives does open the top middle triple. But if Hubert pays attention to this rack, he won't need that triple at all. he can respond with a bonus of trashery through the E, and it was going to be hard to get away from that unless he should made a big point sacrifice last turn and played through the T of Dimwit, which didn't make any sense. You're right. You have to retain the S hook to Dimwits. You want to create lanes ending in S, ending in T, all that stuff that you mentioned. So I think this was the right choice, but if Hubert responds properly, it's gonna get punished.
Yeah, maybe Levius would also have blocked it, but I don't think that's the right play anyway. So yeah, if Hubert sees tragedy, which he probably will, he'll restore his lead. But Adisha looks like he's also drawn a bingo. Oh my god, wait, has Hubert?
Wow. Like I said, I feel like there's a bit of nerves going on. This is a very uncharacteristic miss by Hubert. Plays a very strong play of RHY, but it's a huge sacrifice. 33 points on the table, and Atisha is going to be able to respond to this with another bingo. He's drawn into seafood, so this could be a little bit of a chance that's being given to Atisha that wasn't necessary, Mara.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not sure if I've ever seen Hubert miss a bingo before, but that is not what I was expecting to see that. But look at what Hubert
Oh
has
my
set up.
gosh. That is incredible for so many reasons. Hubert has the infamous phony Nigel played at Worlds lined up on the rack. Shariat, of course, the correct spelling. But what's even funnier, I think, is Hubert's drawn into Trashier. So the R he just floated out of space after missing Trashery. So never punished.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not 100% sure he'll actually choose to play trashier in this situation, but yeah, it is funny that he gets another trash-related word right after missing it. I think Atisha should probably see seafood, but just the fact that he hasn't played it already makes me think he hasn't seen it yet. So,
Mm,
okay, no, he's seen it and he's
yeah.
going to play it. But again, it's a pretty low scoring bingo, so he's still going to be down, I think, 60 points after this. And Hubert should probably respond with a valid word, unless he really wants to emulate Nigel.
Yeah, that's very funny. So he's seen Trashier, and he's just going for it immediately. It's one more point than Hastier and Dimwits, but it does open some lines. As you were saying, it could have been potentially better to just sacrifice a point here, play with Dimwits, not open as much, but that R is going to be a problem regardless. So I kind of like the aggression here for Hubert, and he is retaking a 150-point lead in this
Yeah,
game. But is this another bonus rack for
yeah,
Adhisha?
definitely. I think unpolite is good, I believe. Yeah, and unspoiled as well. So for Hubert there, I would actually have considered plays like Hetairas through the A of Seafoods that actually work out a lot better defensively. But it might be too much of a sacrifice. But yeah, you can see Atisha's instantly, he's seen unpolite. I think he's going to play it as quickly as he can. So yeah, he's going to cut the lead down to about 80.
Yeah, and there's still a blank out, so it's not over. I bet Huber's wondering, it's like, what is it gonna take to end to end this game? Luckily, he's drawn some scoring tiles. He'll be able to play at least through that Eye of Unplayed, something like Frib. Looks pretty good at first glance. Other options are available as well. You could underlap the AFOO of Seafoods with Barf. Disgusting kind of play, but pretty defensive. So Hubert's going to be up by over 100, but still some life in this game, except that wasn't a great draw for Atisha.
Yeah, that's not really ideal, but hopefully but he should be able to score in that same spot underneath seafood if it remains open. I think he could easily get 40 plus, so it's not
Mhm.
too bad for him.
Yeah, or just next to the GO of Gory, he'll have BRAW um, available. So yeah, not the worst thing for Atisha. If we see the play of Frib, I expect he'll play BAWD that he should, but that is definitely not the sort of play you want to make when you need to bonus. Um, however, it might be just too much equity to give up. So Frib coming down pretty quickly. AMPS a very strong leave. Um, and it is the last S as well, so makes sense.
Yeah, I think plays with like BAWD don't seem too bad to me because you're not holding the S. And ideally, you want to bingo twice in this game. So, assuming he plays board, then Hubert could say play something hooking ABA, and then all of a sudden the C on Adisha's rack becomes huge for ABAC. So,
Yeah, great point.
yeah, that's just
Yeah,
one possible scenario. But I think you have to take the score at this point. That's what, 42 points? It's way too much to pass up.
yeah. If Atisha ever wants to win this game with only one bonus after maybe drawing the blank, I think you just have to take points and just ask Hubert if he wants to play underneath and open the board further. But I could see the sacrifice. I could see Bra on the top right, leaving the D of seafoods open for a potential 6-letter word. I could see either thing here. And it looks like Bra, he's just thinking about it. I think it is a more thematic play Bra. It is a sacrifice though.
Hmm. Yeah, I think CDT can get pretty clunky, but CRT is a very nice leave, in my opinion. So that
Yeah,
would,
absolutely.
so I would prefer board here. There is an interesting J hotspot as well to the left of Unpolite. So if he were to draw the J, then he could easily score 50 points there, and all of a sudden he could be within one bingo if you would. Lots of
That
power
is
tiles
true.
come. Yeah.
Yeah, lots of power tiles, lots of ease as well. We've seen this recently as well. Yesterday, just the ease not coming out very quickly. Um, that's
Yeah.
Scrabble.
Yeah. The ease in his rack, the ease do synergize very well with that leave of CDT though. So yeah, I can see him draw. I can see why he wants to play draw here. It does also score pretty well, and yeah, we can see he's drawn three of those E's, which is
Mhm.
probably more than he wanted.
Just a little bit, I think. Also, I guess a kind of a sneaky possibility of playing a disconnected 9-letter word through the R and the S on the left of the board that we might want to think about with a blank out, with lots of E's out. Um, but this play of draw, this decision is going to allow Hubert to do the exact same thing that Ahisha could have done last turn, underlap the AFOO for a lot of points. And I feel like the play of damp or the play of ramp, maybe if you want to keep a 2-point tile on your rack, look very, very good for Hubert.
Yeah, I think damp is probably better considering this is the last arch, so you're not even worried about it duplicating.
Yeah,
Score,
I think
you don't have to worry about.
Hubert's
Yeah,
only worry here is just continuing to score as much as he can.
yeah, you're not worried about something like ADZ as well because the Z's been played. Hubert
Mhm.
might want to block that J hotspot at some point though, but I don't really see how you can do it right now.
Yeah, I feel like normally when you're ahead, your opponent's trying to bingo, and because they're trying to bingo, it's not as important necessarily to block scoring spots. However, in this particular instance, with Hubert being up by a bingo plus, he is worried about a 1-2 punch of a high scoring play in a bingo. So that J spot definitely something to think about. But I think in this particular instance, taking 40 points, I think you just have to do it. But Hubert taking time finally. I feel like he's rushed a few of these turns. He's missed a bingo, maybe potentially missed a better way to score after Zoa. But this is the most important moments of the game uh, prior to the end game. Just being precise here becomes more and more important.
He does have the option of making some players with dimwits that would close the board as well. Maybe something like Sprad there to sort of lock off the bottom right corner. But yeah, I think Damp is probably a better choice.
Yeah, I
And
like
it
this.
looks, yeah, it looks like that's what he's gone for. So back over to Adhisha, who has three E's. I immediately just see playing something like Seed underneath Damp, but that does close the board since FAE doesn't take any hooks, I believe. Yeah. So
Yeah,
Seed
that
has
is
the.
a problem.
So you could play something like Iced to create another S hook, but even that isn't great for him. He would ideally want to have something he could hook more tiles onto.
Yeah, and if the score was any closer, a play like Deceit next to the IT of Dimwit would be a good idea to open the board, keep the lone E, try to draw the blank. But it feels like Hubert's just going to be able to block that T and he'll be back at square one. But maybe Atisha has time. Maybe he plays Deceit, Hubert blocks for cheap, draws the J, and then the board's slightly more open for a comeback. So I could see playing a 6-letter word here.
Yeah, although if Atisha somehow puts a D out in space for in the triple triple, Hubert could hit a second triple triple of the game with air radios. I don't think that could happen, but if that somehow happened, it would be incredible.
Wow, that would be ridiculous. Um, yeah, I wonder what direction she's going to go in. There's also a Q to worry about. Like you said, lots of scoring tiles. The Q not being a good one. Um, but seed is the choice here. Just choosing to score, be solid, makes sense.
Yeah, you have to get rid of ease because there's four more to come from your perspective. So yeah, if you draw the S, you still have that dimwits lanes. There's a potential of some eights coming down from the H and I of Trashier as well. That's a sneaky little lane.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like he's drawn the J, but he doesn't have any A's to play there. And I think Hubert has the last two A's on his rack.
Yeah, so I guess Hubert is not worried at all about a J bomb. Usually will have Ginny, Jan, and EE through the end of Unpolite if that stays open, but not nearly as damaging as JAR would have been. So Hubert not with any scoring tiles here. I guess you want to play some defense and score some points if you can. I'm just curious what sort of play you can hear
I
that's
see a really nice
defensive.
option actually. So he could play Arios underneath hooking dimwits, and that closes the dimwits hook, which you do have to worry about with the blank on scene.
Oh, that's
And
beautiful.
Arios scores very well for a rack like this. I think that's 32 points, and it does close the board.
Yeah, Arios is fantastic. Arrays also possible, but Arios does not take a hook, so Arrays is slightly worse in that regard. That is a lane that would exist after Arrays going downward. So fantastic find by you, fantastic find by Hubert. This has to be correct.
Yeah, there was also the option of playing something like Aero parallel to Braw for a score, but this looks better, and it looks like Adisha is going to give him a +5 as well. Difficult word to know because it's a blocker 6, so you would never study it as part of a 7.
Yeah, yeah. It's deep word knowledge. To know such a useless seeming word. When you have letters with the letters of Arios, you probably want to be bonusing rather than playing a 6-letter word. But yeah, definitely the correct play here. Now, he should respond. There are not so many tiles left in the bag. I think he has to go for something. I just don't know how you're going to bonus on this board.
Yeah, you have to open up something like maybe playing REEN from the R, but you can't really expect a bingo with the J on your rack. I think what he was lining up was a play like Janet through the N of Unpolite. The bag is pretty consonant heavy, so Janet has some merit. It looks like he's going for Jin. Oh, he's keeping the E off of it, but I guess maybe some dream draws that 8 starting with the I with an E in the fourth spot. It's possible.
Yeah, or maybe some 9-letter word ending in OM. You gotta hope for something. But we see that Hubert has drawn that blank, so that's gonna be it for this one, I think. But what a crazy almost comeback here.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like Adisha has also gotten more vowels, so that's
Oop, yeah, that's not very good. So 4 tiles in the bag here. Um, I guess if you're Hubert, you just play packs. That's the first thing that comes to mind.
Yeah, with 4 tiles in the bag, maybe you want to play off three and stop Adisha from doing something where you fishes one tile off. So you could play something like quat to the TF relatives. But
Yeah, that's a
I
good
don't think
option
it.
too.
I don't think it really matters what he does here.
Yeah. There could be some potential given that Hubert has the last blank for some sort of setup here, but I'm not seeing it at first glance. Sometimes, yeah, it's hardest to find very, very aggressive plays when you're the one defending your lead. But in this case, you have a Q and an X. You probably want to play one of them, score some points, not empty the bag. So quat or pax look very,
Maybe
very
the
good. The Q is far more unwieldy than the X's, so I kind of like your idea.
Yeah, maybe there's some ways for Hubert to play off AN and fish for Equinox.
Mm.
I'm sure he would consider that if he was behind, but when ahead, you don't need to bother with that. But yeah, I don't see it, but maybe there is a way.
So, I mean, this is the first time I'm seeing Adhisha lose a game on stream. It's kind of weird.
He had a bit of a losing run yesterday evening, I think. But yeah, I think it just goes to show how good of a tournament he's been having so far. Winning 20 games out of 27 in a very strong field is incredible.
And after this game, he will still be one game ahead of Hubert. But also, everybody that is at Adhisha's tail, third place, fourth place, fifth place, sixth place, going to be very happy or very, very happy for him to lose, but also not so happy. I think everyone's rooting for him. He's such a nice guy, great player. But in terms of the tournament standings, it's good to see things get a little bit closer when wins within reach. So we will see a rematch probably after this, given that it is a King of the Hill format, and we
Yeah,
might see Hubert tie things up.
unless Irfan was to somehow make up 500 spread points, but that's not possible. So yeah, we'll see these two go ahead and go up against each other again. Although right now Hubert has to figure out what to do with that horrible rack he's got. 3 N's QUV. Although the blank does salvage it.
Yeah, it's kind of the reason where I was seeing this coming, and maybe playing off the cue immediately would have been a little bit more balanced, taking the point sacrifice. But I'm sure Hubert's not worried about this terrible rack.
Yeah,
He
the
should
funny
can
thing.
play one or two tiles and try to fish for something. He might do that. He might play something like CEE for 10.
Yeah, there's definitely. I think. Oh, for a second, I thought he could have fished for some nines like ecologist through the O of unpolite and T of relatives, but that doesn't fit. I was thinking, I'm just trying to see what he could fish for here. Maybe. Yeah, if you actually looking at the bag, it's very possible that it's difficult for Hubert to block something that Adisha sets up because assuming that if the blank is in the bag, then the rest of those 8 tiles are absolutely horrible. I don't think there's any word longer than none you could play with those tiles. So
Yeah, so he's going to be looking at, I think, a bunch of options, at least from the C of seed, COL, CEL, um, and seeing if there's maybe some way of trying to draw a huge, huge play with the blank draw. But looks like he's just going to give up, um, which makes sense. Elite, I think he's lining up to play with EYE. Yep, there it is. Um, it's very unlikely he's going to be able to go. Actually, it's not that unlikely. Keep drawing two ends will give you outplays. Yeah,
yeah,
this makes sense.
with Elite, you're sort of setting yourself up to get Q stuck if you draw the Q in a way. I would have liked to keep the I because that way, if you draw something like QN, you could still have sync from the C of seed. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter. For Hubert, is sync one of his best plays? I don't know if I see anything better than that.
Yeah, it looks like CINQ is the best play from the Sea of Seed. There's also the possibility of playing Opaque from the OPA in the center of the board, keeping VNNN. How do you like that?
as bad as that sounds, it might actually be better than NNUV. So, I don't know. NNUV is probably slightly better, yeah, because this way you get to have some plays next turn at least. Like, you could just play none, I guess. Or, yeah, but Adisha probably won't be able to go out. The CG draw is also very clunky.
Right. There is a really cool play available, um, according to the engine. Um, wonder if anybody can find it.
Is there a
It's
V
on
stick?
the there's on the sixth row of the board. It's extremely hard to spot.
I think I've seen it, but without the hint, I don't think I would have.
Yeah, really, really weird. That is his best play here. Um, a short with a short. Yeah, can you stick with the V? I don't think you can. There's
No,
VAG and
there's
there's VIN.
there's
Yeah,
also Vex and
and
Vag.
Vex.
There's a
Yeah,
lot. There's a lot. And he still has a
yeah,
vowel, so I think although it is a U. Yeah, I don't blame. I mean, is that the optimal out and two sequence? Playing the word was octet through the disconnected T's.
yeah,
Is
yeah.
that?
Because it scores 23 points. It's a lot of points. Yeah,
Yeah, I know. I was just wondering if it's best to play that actually, but I think it is the optimal endgame.
Vin
Uh,
coming down, and we're gonna see Adhisha go out here momentarily.
yeah,
But yeah, what a game!
yeah. Hubert was in the lead for the entire game, but yeah, an uncharacteristic miss from him. But he's still going to take this one by over 100 points.
Yeah, it's if you're gonna make mistakes after you've played a triple triple, is probably the time you want to do that. Get them out of the way. So COR is the final play, and this will be a win for Hubert. We 552 to 430. Um, very very high score, and they're gonna meet again. I think we're gonna show the rematch. There's a chance that Hubert we will be able to equalize next round. So don't go anywhere. We're probably going to take a short break because I bet these two guys want to take a short break as well. And we'll come back
Yeah.
with game 29
So
Mud.
since it's the King of the Hill format, the next round can only start once all of the games are done. So I suspect there will be slightly longer breaks between rounds today. I think it'll be about 10 minutes or so until the next round starts. Might even be slightly longer.
All right. Thanks for letting us know. So yeah, we'll be back soon, everybody. Don't go anywhere. Things are getting very, very heated at the 2026 KSSA Indian Open. See you soon. All right, welcome back to round 29 of the KSSA Indian Open 2026. 5 rounds to go. And at the top of the standings, these two players. What a familiar sight. Hubert Wee trailing behind Atisha by 1 game. He's going to have the chance to equalize here. I'm here with Madhav. It's Josh Sokol here. How's it going, Madhav? Are you ready for this game?
Yeah, it's great. I'm very excited to see what happens. And so, in the overall standings now, Irfan Siddiqui from Bahrain has actually leveled with Hubert Wee on wins. So they're both on 19 wins. Atisha's on 20. So if Irfan were to win his next game, then I think no matter what happens, we'll have Irfan on the live stream next game. And yeah, he is another contender for the overall title, I think. 1 game behind him is Jeremy Koo, who also has a very good spread. Who knows? 5 more games to go. But yeah, what I do know is we're going to be seeing some excellent Scrabble over the next few games, and I think it's the 7th time these two are facing off in the tournament, and right now it's an even 3-3 between the two of them. So yeah, let's see who can take an advantage here. And
Let's
well,
see the first rack for Hubert. AFLNRUU. All right, so 2 U's are a little bit of a problem here. Yeah, I wonder which direction I'd go here. Close to is Faunula? Am I making that up? Something like that is a word.
yeah, formula is a word. Formula and fonule both, but he
But
doesn't have
there's
any.
a
Yeah, he has an
really
R.
cool anagram pair here. Sorry to interrupt you. Unfurl and earnful. Those would get rid of both U's and keep a lone A. I guess there's also the opportunity to play Furel or Furan, scoring 24 points and keeping UN or UL. Which direction would you go here, Madhav?
I would want to play off both U's definitely. Unfurl and Earnful both look really good. Maybe Earnful on the left hand side, slightly better defensively. It gives away a less dangerous S hook, but I think both plays are pretty similar.
I guess
Playing
you have to think a
Earnful,
little bit about whether there are any hooks on I guess both sides of Burnful. Burnful, Turnful. Yeah, I don't think any of those are valid, but this looks very solid.
yeah, Earnful does take an S hook, so it's not one of the words ending in full that doesn't take a hook. I don't know if both players are aware of that, although I expect them to be.
Mhm. Yeah,
So
and if you
now,
think about it, there's a lot of words that refer to having something that is full of something. So an earnful would be something inside of an urn, filling it up. But over to Adhisha, ACFGIIL. You do have that ing possibility through the N, but Caliph is a noun. Hopefully, if you can turn that into a verb. Some interesting options here, Madhav.
yeah, so I would be looking at plays through the R, the N, the U. So could play something like garlic through the R, or maybe finical through the N scores well. Yeah, I think finical looks pretty good for 26 points, keeping just the G.
It is the highest scoring play in the position. Fortunately, for those that are somewhat aware of Scrabble, the G is not the best letter. Lots of people, beginners, like to keep it for a possibility of an ing word. But in this case, you'd be blocking the N, but 26 points is a lot. Pinnacle is pretty defensive, does open a double lane through the A, but it's a good play. Not sure there's anything better.
Yeah, I don't see any really good options for him to get rid of the G. Or I don't think he can play the G and the F both without sacrificing score. And you really want to
But
get rid of at least one of them.
yeah, the option to get rid of both of those would probably be glyph through the F, keeping an A, a C, and an I, opening the potential of play to the triple, but definitely slightly more palatable leave, ACI versus G, but I'm not sure it's worth the point sacrifice.
Yeah, and once again, we're seeing Adisha take his time on his opening move, so already almost 3 minutes taken. Pretty usual for him by now.
Usual for him, for sure. He hasn't seemed to have been lacking the time at the end of the game. So normally, if I was seeing maybe a student of mine taking this long in the opening play, I would give them a little bit of a talking to. But Mahisha knows what he's doing, and this is kind of a complicated position. So Engine liking Finical, also liking playing just GIF under the U and the L. Setting up a T-hook you don't have. And Finca through the N, which is a little bit more defensive than Finical, keeping GIL, which is an okay combination.
Yeah, there's also the option of facing through the end that gets rid of the F, the C, and the G, but it scores less, and IL isn't great.
Yeah, definitely. So a lot of very close options here. Can't go that wrong in your decision making. It looks like Fig being separated on the rack here for Atisha. Maybe he's thinking about GIF. That does keep the most synergistic leave, ACIL, but it's not great. Wow, over 4 minutes now.
Yeah, that's a bit surprising. By now, I would have probably just made up my mind to play facing or something, I think. But looks like he's lining up garlic now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a pretty good play as well. And this one looks like it kind of sets up the F, but doesn't really. Um, and it's pretty defensive. It's really hard to overlap. It's really hard to do anything after this move. Makes sense. The FI leave, not very good, but not terrible.
Yeah, so now an S is very important on this board with two lanes that are only accessible to an S. So let's see if he can draw one. Meanwhile, Hubert has another clunky rack, two A's, two D's, and WY.
Yeah. So that's a little bit of a problem, especially considering the defensive play that was just made. Not a great option available. I like the idea of just playing Gide from the G. The problem with that is it opens up the triple for a word ending in D, 6-letter word. But yeah, it's going to be hard to find a good move here. There are no double word scores open unless you can play a 7-letter word from the
Yeah.
C.
He could do something
So
like play Wadley or Waylaid through the L of Earnful. I like Waylaid because it creates two lanes, like you can use the center top triple and the center bottom triple as well after that. But that just creates so many scoring hotspots. It opens triple letters on either side and triple words. So
yeah, so this is a very interesting spot where both, I mean, Hubert made the opening play a pretty defensive one, kind of hard to overlap, but the play of Garlic, like you said, maximizing the value of an S and really not giving much back in terms of scoring. It feels like whatever Hubert does is going to open something he doesn't want to open. So this is a nice little way for Hisha with a lack of good options to sort of create a situation where his opponent's going to have to make a concession for him most of the time.
yeah, Hubert does have the option of just playing Lay from the L of Garlic to keep things tight. But I don't think you. I think after Garlic, you're expecting your opponent to have an S, so you wouldn't really want to play a really short play like that and keep a bad leave.
Interesting. So you're thinking the play of Garlic, because of what it does for the board, would signal Hubert that Matisha's likely to have an S in tow. That's a very keen observation, and yeah, it might turn you away from a short play, not playing a lot of tiles, trying to draw the first S. There's also the option of Offy, AWFY. That scores 21 points, opens a big triple, but the engine likes it. engine, thinking that it does the best for you. Um, Next turn, maybe you get the first crack at a 6-letter word. And then the very bizarre option of NID is coming up very strong according to the Macondo engine, keeping things extremely tight and just getting rid of the duplicated D. I cannot imagine anybody other than Nigel Richards making that play.
I think AADWY is actually a surprisingly good leaf for bingoing. There's a lot of things you can draw into, and the L, I don't know, the L doesn't work too well with it, but there's a lot of options. You can draw things like roadway or nayward or dayware with that rack. So maybe that's part of the rationale. Or if
Definitely, yeah.
yeah, or after Adhisha is likely to open the board in some way, so keeping the W and the Y means you can score well on your next turn, I guess.
Yeah, very, very interesting position. And, we were talking about how much time Atisha took, 4 minutes, 41 seconds, but he made a play that's so difficult to respond to that now Hubert is below on the clock. He's already below 20 minutes after 2 turns. Most Scrabble games last around 12 turns apiece at the top level. And so you don't want to be taking more than 2 minutes per turn if you do the math 12 times 2. That's 24 out of 25 minutes, but sometimes the position calls for it. This is one of those situations where it's really hard to find a move for both players. So I really like this little strategic tactical battle we're already seeing this round. We'll see what Hubert ends up doing. Adhisha's drawn some plunk, kept IF and drew a V and a Y to go with it, but that's pretty good, I would say, on this board. Just being able to make a short play, use those 4-point tiles, and not open too much for the opponent. So very curious to see how this game shapes up, but we might see some time trouble later, Madhav.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be on the player's mind. So Hubert's opting for Dia there, which looks like a decent choice, although it does open up some scoring possibilities on the left of it. It plays off 4 tiles, which gets him closer to drawing an S, and an S would be very important here. So I can see why he's chosen this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, decent way to balance the rack. You can't do everything you want in the position, so Hubert deciding to take a decent score. Hope that the response isn't so good. And for Adhisha, it does look like he's going to leave that opening alone. So we can imagine overlaps of the DIY and even of the AG being the likeliest response to DIYA. But it looks like Adhisha's best play is to play through the Eye of Garlic. Get rid of all the 4-point tiles at once, play Vinify. Curious to see if he stops on that move and plays it. Looks really good to me.
Yeah, I think if you see that move, you will play it almost always. There's the option of playing things like Vifda through the D of Dia, but I don't think that makes sense when you have the option to get rid of the Y as well. Yeah,
Might
I think
also,
Vifda looks great.
yeah, doesn't open anything, keeps pretty well AT, go decently together. Again, the S is pretty important now, but with the play of Dia, we might also see some stacking, some overlapping the next few moves. Getting the first bonus down is going to be a good advantage for the player that does it. And Hubert's drawn 2 S's.
Yeah, that's a lovely draw for him because he's going to be able to score well with the W and the M and keep at least one S behind. Yeah, so maybe a bit of an early advantage for Hubert. But Atisha sees Vinify, which looks like his best play by a mile, and he'll take a 10-point lead, I think, and keep the strong leaf of 80. Next few moves are crucial to see how this game develops, though. It could end up
Mm-hmm.
very locked or it could be blown completely open. So now over to Hubert.
Yeah, lots of options here for Hubert. One thing that Vinify does is it really protects high scoring plays that hook an S onto Garlic. Now that the V is in the way of the triple, a play like Dwam's and Garlic's, which before this play would have been a little bit dangerous, floating a D in space, just opening the board, now is pretty nice. It's hard to score after that. You have to play a 4 or 5 letter word through the D to hit the triple. So I'm liking that, but there's also options that keep better, leave the S hooks alone. Something like WASM, WASM, next to the DIY of Dia, keeping EDS. That play looks really good at just a 3-point sacrifice.
Yeah, I think I would lean slightly towards Dworms just for the extra points, I think. But Wasm also looks very good, and yeah, it's hard. Adisha can't really block both of the lanes in any way, so both options look quite strong to me. Maybe if he wants to keep both S's, he could play something like Mo as well. But I think you can afford to use one S to score on this turn.
Yeah, Ma would miss that double letter score or double word score. We're seeing Wames. Okay, we're seeing points being taken. This is the first E of the game, so I am not opposed to playing it for an extra score. Hubert extremely likely to redraw an E after this. So yeah, this is another option you could have mentioned, and
Yeah,
I like it a lot.
a 2 point improve. It's a 2 point improvement from Dwons, so I can see why he's chosen it. And now Adhisha, I think, has one playable bingo, and I don't think it'll take him too long to see it.
That's right. Yeah, it's a common word. He's had some time already during Hubert's turn to look for things. This doesn't change too much. Tisha did have an S, but any bingo with an S was going to play already with earnfuls. So violates only bingo. He strikes first. So small advantage for Atisha and a 3-0 draw for Hubert. So that's going to slow him down a little bit.
But it looks like keeping the D did help him. Otherwise, he would have had 5 vowels. The D is definitely going to help him get rid of some of them. I think his options look like Koda next to Dia as well as Doko. Those two plays look like his best choices here.
Yeah, or maybe just Wood from the W and Wames. I think looks very strong. Gets rid of 2 of the O's, scores 24 points. Decent options here, but I think maybe that one's a little bit better than everything else.
Yeah, I like Wood as well. It creates another lane, which the board all of a sudden doesn't really have a lane for sevens at all. And a play like Koda would block most of the floaters for eights, which is not what Hubert wants to do when he's behind. So yeah, Wood looks like the best play here, and Hubert plays it. So back over to
All right.
Adhesion now.
Yes, AAEKITW. So we've seen Atisha not necessarily first to alphabetize his tiles, but it looks like he's almost there. The I and the K just need to be moved, switched together. But I was going to say that one problem with the play of wood is that normal response would be just a 5 or 4 letter word down to that middle bottom triple. So the D lane isn't really that much of a help, although the D and dia duplicates very nicely. So any word that starts with a D is going to play on this board. But what would you do here? There's some decent options, but the only option that I see, I guess there are a couple options that hit the triple, WAITE and TAWAI, both leaving the K. I think those are pretty decent though.
So actually, if we can go back to Hubert's last move of Wood, I think he might have made a slight tactical mistake because this board is actually really hard to bingo on. So I wonder if he could have considered playing Doko to the right of Violates to create two big S lanes. Because as you can see right now, he's drawn into a bingo and he's not going to have anywhere to play it.
Mm, yeah, good point. That would have been a very interesting way to fork the board open. But at a huge point sacrifice, and I don't know, given that the scores are close, maybe not that important to do something like that, but a very interesting idea for sure. But Cougar's not going to come down unless he just somehow opens the board. And with this rack, I don't think he's going to do that. Most of his options are either to the left of Dia or making a 5 letter word, like I mentioned, Tawai, wait, Ai,
So
down to the middle triple, which won't open a sevens lane.
Tawai would give the eye
Oh,
that is
Tawai.
gracious. Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Yes, good point.
that is possible. Although I think I would probably just play Waka here. and take the score. But there is a case
Yeah,
for
Waka looks pretty good. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, no, there is a case for it a while because the K is a good tile on this board, so you can keep it behind.
Yeah, if you think about being slightly ahead here, maybe trying to block some scoring spots, I guess the triple is the best scoring spot, although we could see some very high scoring overlaps of Dia, maybe like with the X, for example. So I think it's not that big of a deal that you have to cover it at a sacrifice. So I do like Waka here. And the simulation approves of this play as well. Weak as well, WEAK, given how many E's are still left, is also a good option. And it sets up the T, which is kind of cute.
Actually, knowing the distribution, I would actually. Oh, but you don't want to set up that T in this situation, I guess. When you're ahead,
Probably not.
yeah, maybe
Probably not.
Weka. Weka might be slightly better than weak. I don't know. Slightly safer at least.
Yeah, it's interesting using engines to analyze these sorts of positions because I would never have considered setting up my T here, given this the second out of 6 Ts, but the engine likes it. It says it's a gambit worth pursuing. And I've had games where I opted out of playing aggressively and lost because of it. So it's a very Nigel-esque thing to do. Set up a tile your opponent might have just because you definitely have it. But this play of Waka, far more human, engine also improves of it.
Yeah, so Atisha has drawn into two eight-letter words, and it looks like it's unlikely that they both get blocked this turn. So we could be seeing another bingo from him. Hubert has to figure out what to do with his unplayable bingo of cougars. It looks like
Wow.
yeah, that's a very aggressive play. Gad takes an E and an I, so he's setting up a very high-scoring potential bingo lane. He doesn't have either hooks to, to it currently though, so he needs to draw one. Meanwhile, Atisha, he has to take his bingos here, right? There's no,
Yeah.
you can't block with something like Entoil. It's too many points. So deletion for 80 should come down pretty quickly.
Yeah. What could be better than that on this board, other than a seven-letter word that Adhisha is pretty sure he does not have? These are high probability letters, so deletion for sure the play. And Hubert has drawn some 1 point tiles, and don't know if he's going to be able to respond to this.
No, I don't think he'll have any bingos. So all he can do really is just play off maybe UR and hope to draw something. There is that lane on the in column A now and a lane above deletion as well to bingo in. So maybe just UR underneath Wames works.
Yeah, it's a very very bad situation now. Suddenly, Hubert being down over 100 points, and wow, what a great draw.
Actually,
Um,
I think the B means he doesn't actually have any bingos. The B is possibly the worst tile he could have drawn as the last tile because it completely stops him from bingoing. He doesn't have any eights as well.
oh, that's one of those famous seven-letter racks, right? That looks really good, doesn't contain sevens or eights.
No, it contains eights. They're just not playable on this board.
Oh yeah, Bandiest, yeah. So
Yeah, obtained,
yeah,
debating.
obtained.
There's
Okay, yeah,
five eights, but none of them will play on this board. But it still looks like you should have some plays that block the lane with EGAD.
yeah. But yeah, back. I mean, back to Hubert. I don't really know what he did wrong here. I think that the play of Cog might have been a little bit too aggressive, given that he didn't have an I or E hook. The engine was suggesting Skoog, Scoug, from the S violate, set up an S lane, block the scoring spot, wouldn't have stopped deletion from coming down, but maybe would have stopped this sort of draw of just all 1 point tiles that don't do anything. So you are coming down. You were
Yeah.
still in the game.
Oh, that's not a great draw for him again. I don't know if he has any. I don't think he'll have any eights playable on this board unless I'm missing anything. Oh no, he will. He'll have Gorditas through the O of violets. So that'll
Hmm.
open the triple triple. And if Atisha had this rack, then he would have gotten Bandiest. But
Oh my
if he,
God, what if Adhisha plays a phony by mistake?
yeah, Hubert got a triple triple in the first game. If Atisha got one now, that would be poetic. But yeah, Hubert lining up Gorditas. So for Adisha, I think you have to block the lane in column A, something like
Yeah,
Biden.
but there's not a great way. Like you'd want to play a six-letter word, but I don't think there are any. So it's kind of weird. Like you're so close to a bonus yourself, you kind of almost want to just leave it open because of how strong your rack is. But the play of you are very suspicious. Probably means Hubert's very close to a bonus, and Atisha's ahead by 90 points. He doesn't need a bonus himself. He just needs to defend his lead. So I do like your idea of just trying to block. Atisha putting his head down, just trying to remember, do I not have anything with this? This rack looks so good. We know he doesn't, and
Yeah.
that he should probably play something like bid or dib.
So as Chat suggested, just playing BI keeps ADENT, which is a great leave. So you could just play Bi there. I like playing something longer like Bident just to draw more tiles, maybe get to a blank. But Bi is also a very strong option. Or maybe even BE, given how many E's are in the bag compared to I's. It looks very counterintuitive to keep ADINT, but you could.
Not a huge fan of that. Just because you're playing only two tiles. I like the energy though. Like it's very important at this stage of the game to think about what letters remain. Start thinking about the distribution, how many vowels, how many consonants, what vowels are likeliest to be drawn. So with the longer play, I definitely want to play off an E for sure. Uh, I think here, yeah, BI is very strong. Bident is interesting. There are more L's to draw that would maybe set yourself up for a nice little bidental afterward.
What about
But
just
yeah, I think
playing
you're
the
right.
What about just playing the B, just playing bow, keeping detain?
Yeah, I mean, if you draw a bingo with an E, you do yeah, detainee. Yeah, I think
Could
that's an
even draw
interesting idea too.
could even draw bidental yourself if you draw an L somehow.
Yeah,
But I
lots
think
to think about.
he's lining up a bid. Hopefully he doesn't play that with AC. That would
No, we
although
want that. Remember?
actually yeah, that would work out pretty well for him. Oh, okay. Yeah, he's just gonna go for dib, which is very solid. I would have liked to see bid because if you play bid, then maybe you can hit bidental. But I
Mhm.
don't. With the odds of it are so low that you don't really have to play around
And
that.
here's the moment. So Gordita's coming down. If Atisha can draw well here, he can most likely seal the deal with a bonus using the S of Gordita's. If he doesn't, Hubert has the next chance to draw a bonus himself. He's opened the board wide open with Gordita's, but he still has a huge deficit. So very important draw for Atisha, very important draw for Hubert. Let's see what comes out. R, very good. E, extremely
Oh,
good. S, fantastic. This is
it's a
so good.
fantastic job, but he doesn't have any triple triples. There are four eights through the S, but none of them will reach both triple word squares. A center, Ernest, Sarsenet, and Steeranes, all scoring 77. So he will have about a 100-point lead, but Hubert isn't out of this.
And yeah, I don't know how you saw that so quickly, but I'm just gonna
The, pow-
leave that there.
the power of Sisypha.
Okay. I felt like you couldn't have typed that fast. I was trusting you. I was trusting you. That's amazing.
Yeah, right. Although I don't know if I would have seen it that quickly in an actual game. I would definitely spend time if I was Adisha just double checking to see if I have any triple triples. Although he is running low on time, he's now under 10 minutes.
Yeah, and time might come into play here. Atisha definitely with a huge advantage. He's actually just taking a sip of his water. He's not worried at all. Hubert responding with a little bit
I
of
would say it's the
liquid of his
opposite.
own.
I would say it's the opposite. I normally drink water when I'm most worried during games, so I don't know if
Really?
you're into that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm gonna use that against you. Now I know you have a tell.
I have no. I drink a lot of water during games anyway, so I don't know if that's a tell, but maybe it is.
So yeah, which of the four would you choose? Sterains doesn't open. Oh, just put it there. Oh, just put it there. Make Hubert worried. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
I love that. Yeah, I think Ernest looks good. Or you're opening floaters at the top, so maybe Styrians is better. Yeah.
Hubert not happy with this.
I mean, you could even consider playing Sarsenet, given there's only two blanks on scene. But I don't think there's any reason to introduce volatility into the game.
Yeah, no reasons for that. Do we know what the seventh tile Hubert has is?
Hubert has an A, so he can play Ixia there, and I think he's putting that down immediately.
Mm-hmm.
So he's gonna get 50 plus for that. I wonder if he could
Okay.
have considered something like Pixies to keep a better leave, though. Pixies.
Yeah, but such a big point sacrifice, 16 points when you're down by 124. I think this is fine. But yes, there is a big risk of I mean, a lot of E's are gone now, but there's a risk of this not turning out very well.
So with Adisha's draw, all of a sudden Hubert looks like he has a good chance because Adisha's pulled three O's and three E's.
Oh my
So
goodness.
just look at that bag. There's four vowels in 21 tiles unseen to Adisha.
Wow.
That's
That
already,
is
yeah, that's
that's
phenomenal.
crazy. So Madhav, when I get into these situations, the first thing I think about is like, oh no, this is so terrible. But if Atisha realizes how few vowels are left, is he going to want to exchange here, or does he want to leave the issue in the bag for Hubert to deal with? If Hubert can only draw a maximum of four vowels for the rest of the game, maybe you just want to keep this game going and not give him the chance to get better racks. This is so weird, but if you
Yeah,
guess you can play Donee at Donee,
I would
that
not want
looks
to
pretty
exchange.
strong here.
I would play LEE from the L in Garlics and just keep three O's on my rack, knowing that it'll help me score. I would want to score ideally. The other
LE,
thing, I want to go
wow.
back to Hubert's play for a second because in Hubert's play of Ixia, he played off the last two I's and the last A at once. So I wondered if he could have chosen XI instead to keep the vowels because that's not a
Yeah,
huge
you're
point
right.
sacrifice. And I know APEEI looks bad, but if you're very likely to draw two consonants, all of a sudden the D and the T are very good floaters as well. I think he could have done that. I wonder if he looked at the bag before making his play.
Yeah, definitely would have been important to think about that. Because even with there being far more vowels unseen to Hubert than to Atisha, given Atisha's drawn six vowels, it's still really important that you have the last A, the last I at this stage of the game. So I'm going to run a simulation to see. It probably is going to prefer playing just the X and the I. But your idea of just dropping two E's, that is just cold. It looks like Atisha's considering Odeon,
Yeah.
which might be a little bit more defensive long term, block the V of violates, but I think I prefer Doni still.
So given the bag, I would also consider just playing something like one or Ono underneath Gorditas because that obstructs both floaters instead of only one.
That's true.
You don't need
It
to
does
bother about
obstruct.
keeping the N because you're so likely to draw more consonants. The N is not too important.
Yeah, O and O, keeping E, normally a terrible idea, but just given the fact that Adhisha's ahead 66, there are so few vowels left to draw, just obstructing pretty much any bonus and scoring opportunities using those letters of gorditas looks quite strong here. And it's just hard to imagine losing a game after something like that.
Yeah, and I think yeah, Ono and One both have the advantage that they block the spot above Gorditas. Like otherwise, players like Bez could play there and basically be a bingo score. So you're blocking things like Bez as well.
Yeah, wow. Very interested to see what Adisha does, but look at the time. He's under 4 minutes. There's so much game left to play. 21 tiles unseen. Gotta do something. It looks like he's thinking about exchanging. Oh, this is not. Oh, this can't be right. Madhav.
Yeah, I don't really like it, but it has the advantage of burning through of like just drawing more tiles to try and get to a blank. But I would have kept at least one more vowel, I think. At least ENO or EEN. I don't think you keep it back all three O's and two E's. That's not
Yeah,
what I
it's
would
so
have done.
weird.
But
But
it looks
he's
like he's working hard.
drawn. Wow. Wow. Oh, Hazel Hen. It's not gonna fit on the board.
That would have
Oh man, but that was such a bizarre decision. Could it be that he should mistracked? Maybe falling under some time pressure that does not look right at all. But maybe he hasn't experienced a situation quite like this before.
yeah,
He is such a young player, and these situations are so rare, so close to the end of the game. But he's done everything wrong, in my opinion, that turn. He's not blocked anything. He's not kept enough vowels. He's not made a play, and so he's super low on time with the same amount of tiles unseen to him. At the end of the day, this was a big mistake.
it does look like it's gonna work out for him though in this scenario. Because the draw of the blank and especially the Z is huge because he was risking plays like Bez on top of Gorditas for 70 plus, but now he doesn't have to worry about those things. So yeah, Hubert has to play Jeep. I think that's almost forced.
Mhm.
You don't like obstructing your floaters though. It's making bingos a bit harder now through the D&D. He needs to
And
find.
you have to imagine, Madhav, that like in Hubert's shoes, he's probably assumed that Atisha's exchanging consonants. There's so many consonants unseen to him, but it's actually the complete opposite. Let's see if he draws one of those O's.
Yeah,
He has. Or is that the? Yeah, that's the
no, that's
Q. It's
true.
not the O. Oh, okay. Oof. That's very, very bad.
So Hubert's gonna be forced to spend a turn just playing QI most likely. So do you think Atisha's gonna burn the blank here and just play like Bez or Says?
Yeah, or even LUZ lose looks very good as well to keep the H to score with. Um, I think that's worth it here. You're up 40 points, you're going up 100. That's a great amount to be up on a board like this. Opportunities are getting erased with the overlap, but
Yeah.
2.5 minutes, Atisha has to act soon.
Yeah, I think I like yeah, lose is probably better. You still want to keep vowels. But lose is really hard to see because you're thinking of blank EZ, sorry.
Mhm.
You're not thinking of that. So I wouldn't be surprised if you played Bez, but you can also just play the Z and try and go for a bingo yourself through the eye.
Yeah, it looks like Says or Bez being lined up. Um, and 2 minutes left. Of course, time is an issue here. Not a huge issue, given that overtime does exist. Isha's not going to lose the game on the spot if he goes over, but I make a play soon. This is the first time I'm seeing the real time pressure. So he's going to go with Zell. He's leaving the blank on his rack. 39 points instead of 65. And Hubert immediately drops the cue. Not
Time
wasting any
pressure.
time. He's putting the time pressure on. Wow.
But with Etchy and blank, I think he could very easily draw a bingo, and it looks like he has. So assuming he can see a bingo, that should seal the game. He has bingos?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think bit
And
odd.
Hubert actually had a crazy. He could have played Fees, Pheeze for 40, but
He's
he
still
still
trying.
has that play available this turn. Yeah, things are happening fast.
Atisha has one playable bingo, or is them over? I think Bithorns through the T is the only one that plays. And it
And
looks
it
like
looks like he spotted it. Oh my goodness me. Oh my goodness.
that.
Under a minute to go, and it looks like he spotted his only bonus beak thorns. Does make sense. Make the blank an S. He's just he has no worries here. Like he's okay now. He's playing pretty quickly. He's almost certainly going to go overtime here.
It won't matter because he's gonna empty the bag and draw the blank, and yeah, he's good. He's comfortably won this one,
Wow.
unless Hubert has some bingo on this rack, which I don't think is possible.
And this even blocks fees. That is wow. That's a such a brutal blow for
It gives
Hubert.
Hubert some nice overlaps on the right side though, through the A of Gorditas. But oh, does Hubert have to block another bingo here?
Hmm. I don't see anything. It would be through the D, right?
Yeah, maybe some overlaps through the I also. No, root S doesn't fit. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything.
Yeah, no tortoise or Rudius.
Yeah,
Um.
Grotto is
Wow.
the only 8 through the D, but it doesn't fit. So he doesn't have to block. Hubert has plenty of time to work it out, of course. But now it's just spread points for him because he knows he's lost this game, I think.
Yeah.
So he's going to play quickly, put the pressure back on Atisha. Looks like
Is HAE.
what's happening. Yeah. You could have played the N also.
Mhm.
And I think that might be a slightly better endgame. But
Yeah, he should definitely going to go overtime here.
yeah, but
But it doesn't matter.
he knows he can.
So according to the engine, the best play was EUH, making pay, keeping MENE as an outplay.
And Enima, right?
Um, yeah,
Yeah, keeping MENE and Enima, okay. Yeah. I'm sure if he needed to, Hubert would have found that.
yeah. No blank involved, but still pretty tough end game. And the blank is involved in the opponent's rack. So looks like rosters being played. Uh, very strong. Very nice find under time pressure. Yeah, he's just gonna take this one. What a crazy game! Crazy, crazy game. What to say? So many weird situations. But it does seem like that draw after Dib really put Atisha in the driver's seat. He never looked back.
Yeah, that was huge. So meet up for Hubert through the ET. Difficult to see, but looks pretty good.
Yeah, that's certainly his best play. And had he played HEN, meetup would have been even better. Would have ended the game, but spread not a big deal. Hubert has so much spread. Hisha going out. TO. That'll be it for this one. Crazy, crazy turn of events. Um, Final score now 476. Hisha 364 for Hubert. So, depending on the results in Irfan's game, we might see a new matchup on the top board. And this game, I guess, lasted 45 minutes. So probably still some games in progress. Like we said last round, this is a king of the hill till the end of the tournament. So we have to wait for every single result before the next pairings are available. There will be breaks between games, but Atisha now 2 games ahead of Hubert, potentially 1 or 2 games ahead of Irfan. We'll have
Yeah.
to see the when we get the result there. Do we have a result? Yeah, no, the game is still being played at the moment. So we'll have to wait and see Gonna take another break. Very exciting stuff. Manav, are we gonna see a repeat of last year? It seems like it. Something like it.
Yeah, I think it would be heartbreaking if the same thing happened to Atisha 2 years in a row, but we'll just have to see, I guess. Irfan is also an incredible player and he is firmly in contention. Him and Jeremy are still playing the game, but yeah, we'll let you know what happens in that game as soon as we get word.
Absolutely. So, don't go anywhere. Rounds 30 through 33 are still going to happen today. I'm so excited. Hopefully, I can stay awake and commentate these games as best I can for you all. Very happy to have the very sharp Manav with me to get me through things. Huge honor to be commentating. We will be back with round 30 after a small break. This is the KSSA Indian Open in 2026. Josh Sokol and Madhav back soon. See you soon.
Yeah, see you soon.
Hello and welcome back. We have 4 rounds to go. 2026 KSSA Indian Open in Bengaluru. Josh Sokol here with Manav Kamat. How are you doing? Are you excited for this matchup? Have we not seen this matchup at all yet this tournament?
I think we saw it once yesterday, and I believe Irfan won that game. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it should be a great matchup. Irfan is one of the strongest players in India. He represents Bahrain, but he's frequently playing in Indian tournaments. I think he won a tournament in Hyderabad in December, I believe, and yeah, he's been improving his game throughout the last few years, and yeah, you can see that he's current. So a bit of an update on the overall standings now. Atisha is on 21 wins, Irfan is on 20, and Hubert and Sherwin are on 19. We have 4 more rounds to play. So right now, Atisha and Irfan will play. So and a bit about the spreads also. So Atisha actually has the lowest spread out of those three. Atisha's spread is 1290, Irfan's is 1390, and Hubert's is 1480. But they're all actually very close together, just 200 points between Hubert and Atisha. So spread could play a factor as well. And yeah, I think this game has started, and Atisha is starting with a decent track, pretty balanced, but no bingos available to him.
Yeah, this is one of those racks you'd prefer to go second with. Udic through an I. Um, Certainly some other 8-letter words possible. But Satish to go first, Sri Lankan native. He probably wants to play Umiak, a word that we did see yesterday be played with the K on the end. So an all too familiar scene. Looks very good to keep just ET, score 24 points. There's another couple moves you can make, like ACM, Acetum, Mucate, but I think Umiak is the best one.
Yeah, so you can see him shuffling through his rack, seeing all the eights. I think he'll end up Muricate or Muticate, but no floaters available to him. So the best he can do is play 5 or 6 tiles. And yeah, I like Umiak. Also, the option of maybe doing something like Aecium, Aecium, keeping just the T to play off an extra tile. But I think you want to keep the E ideally. It's a good tile to have.
Yeah, the E and the T, a very, very strong combination. I've never seen Irfan play. I'm very excited. Looks like he's aligned his letters in alphabetical order, giving me a little bit of an idea that he's one of those. Most
Very
players do that at the top level.
Yeah, I think Irfan's a very methodical player, takes his time, knows his words very well, and he specializes in endgames and Scrabble theory. So I think we can expect to see some great strategy on his part. So let's see what he
That's
can manage.
music to my ears. Music to my ears. So AEEFGOP. Not the greatest combination. No 1 point consonants. A couple vowels too many, but the overlapping play of GOF, GOAF, that speaks to me a little bit here. Gape as well overlaps the UMIA pretty nicely and keeps a more palatable leave of EFO.
Yeah,
What are you thinking here?
I'm liking those plays. You could play something like Cepage from the Sea of Yumiak, but FO isn't ideal. That is a more aggressive approach to this, which I don't hate. But I think Gof, I would prefer Gof. I don't want to keep the F. But Gape doesn't keep duplicate E's, so it has its merits.
Yeah, often in Scrabble, the higher scoring the tile, the less ideal it is to keep on the rack. There are a couple exceptions to that rule, but Gape is the play here. The balance is a little bit better keeping the two vowels, the two, I guess, distinct vowels, but I do agree that taking a couple points for Gof is probably a little bit better. Engine approves of that play, but now we have a situation where after Gof, it was going to be a lot harder to imagine the hooks on Umiak getting blocked, but after Gape, you can put a tile above the EA potentially and block the S hook if you need to be playing defense. So a little bit more of an open move, I would say. It also takes the A hook, a Gape. Back to Adhisha with CEIIOTV.
Yeah, he would
Not
love an
so great.
S. He would love to have an S floater for Sovietic, but he won't be getting that. Probably,
But he
yes.
does. He has a great underlap. Sorry, I'm gonna have to cut you
Yeah,
off.
yeah, yeah. I see it. Evict plays there, right?
Yeah, didn't see that originally. 35 points for the four-way underlap, and doesn't really open anything either. So that would be probably the best option. You can also play Civi in the same spot, CIVIE, making Gov, AMI, and PIE. Um, that's 30 points, keeping OT slightly better and a little bit more open, I would say. And on one hand, the C is extremely defensive, but you are extending a little bit further off the board, and PIE is more likely to be hooked in the future. So interesting spot here. I think Evict is the play.
Yeah, but it's not easy to see because you have to think of putting GUV there. Otherwise, you're normally looking at putting the T there, putting the E there. You have to think of the V hook, which is definitely doable, but could be missed. But no, it looks like he's definitely seen it, and he's going to put down evict. No surprises there.
The interesting spot now because Irfan does have the K for pick, but there's no way for him, it seems, to use the K both directions. And it's going to be hard to even imagine a play doing that. I don't even know if there's one possible.
I see a
Um,
cool idea to make that possible. He could play 4v8 through eat, which would open that up. But he's seen a nice overlap of Kef and played that pretty quickly, which I think looks very good as well.
yeah, wow. Foviate, a great idea there. Kef for 39, maximizing the value of the S that Irfan's just drawn. Umiax is a big hook now, and this doesn't open anything for Adhisha, so I think this is a great decision on his part.
Yeah, but it is a bit of an ugly leave. NOSV. He needs to draw something nice, and yeah, he's drawn three more consonants to that. So he's gonna have a bit of an issue with playing those off, especially on this board. But Adhisha, meanwhile, has two O's, two I's, and he's got the X, but I don't know if he has too many options to play it on this board.
Yeah, very bizarre situation where if you want to take the points, you can play XIS and Kefs for 31, keeping IOOT, setting up an A hook, getting rid of your all important S. From Adhisha's standpoint, Irfan might not have an S, and he's very much incentivized to keep it on his rack. So we might even see an exchange here. I don't think you want to play off the X with something like Ox and X to the E of Evict. That seems way, way too dangerous. So between 31 points and exchanging, which direction would you go here?
I don't think I would ever play XIS just because, firstly, IOOT is horrible, and then you're opening up Axis as well. You don't have it. I would consider playing Tix with EX because that makes it a bit harder for this one to score. I think I like Tix a little bit more than exchanging, but exchanging OOIX also seems very strong.
Yeah, just not opening the board at all and trying to be the first to strike. The score is about even here, and not knowing that Irfan kept an S with Kef feels like I would definitely exchange in this position and just try to get the first bonus down. But Tix doing well in a simulation. 21 points is better than 0, and you're setting up your O's for EXO. So very interesting position.
Yeah, you can see Adisha's lined up Tix, but he's probably also going to consider exchanging here, which, yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense to exchange and try and look for the first bingo of the game. IST is a good leave. Lots of E's to come. So,
The engine also suggesting ISO making Umiax, just getting rid of your S for 15 points to balance your rack and potentially try and draw a big X play next turn. That is a crazy idea. I don't think anybody would make such a play, but um, seems decent actually.
Yeah, I just think it's not scoring enough to be worth it for me. But I guess the issue is if Irfan were to bingo with Umiax now, then the board is really bad for you. Whereas after ISO, all of his bingos would give back scoring opportunities, and the X can capitalize on them. But so I get the logic, but I just wonder if that's a bit too much of a sacrifice.
Yeah, I agree. We saw the in sync drinking there. Love to see both players have the same idea at the same time. We're talking about sipping on one's drinks. Such an important aspect of live Scrabble play.
Yeah,
Stay hydrated. But
it
yeah,
was quite.
he's just taking a long time here. 8 minutes already on the first couple of moves, as we've
Uh,
seen before.
he did run into time pressure last game. Thankfully, he was up by enough for it to not matter, but could be important this game again. Although Irfan does like to play quickly to put his opponents under time pressure. He will do that from time to time. So let's see
What
where that
about
goes.
it's probably totally crazy, but what about OIS and Umiax to set up the X? What do you think about that play?
See, but after OIS, I think the only place Irfan is ever going to play is in that same spot. So it just almost always gets blocked, doesn't it?
Hmm.
Because
Yeah,
where else can Irfan play?
unless Irfan has a bingo. But then if Irfan has a bingo, then the board's wide open and a big scoring spot like the X one isn't as dangerous.
Yeah.
Um, wow, yeah, Tisha, another minute down. Um, only 16 to go. He's thinking about XIS now. Take the points.
Yeah.
All these plays are very close to one another. Just to be clear, simulation has ticks 3 points higher than XIS and exchanging, um, but it's hard to make a big mistake here. It's just how do you decide what the best play is? It's such a weird position.
Yeah. I think in positions like this where it's just very tight, I think you just have to have a plan about what you're trying to do and then commit to that play, even if it's not maybe completely optimal. As long as you know what you're trying to accomplish with it, it'll probably work out. So
Yeah, a huge difference between amateur players and top players is that the amateur players are going to look for plays and then find other plays and not really think too much about what happens after those plays. Whereas I can be very certain in telling you all that he's just thinking very hard about what happens after ticks, what happens after XIS, what happens after exchange. So he's already sort of predicting the future. Of course, with Scrabble, we don't know what we're going to draw out of the bag, but having a plan, thinking about what's going to likely happen next turn can prepare us, save us some time. But oh my goodness, already under 15 minutes on turn three. I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised here, but you gotta make a move. So XIS coming down for 31, just taking the points. And if Irfan doesn't have an A, which he doesn't, this is going to be a weird position for him now. Wonder how he's going to respond.
So I think normally in Irfan's position, I would end up taking a lot of time, but because of how low Adhisha is, Irfan might want to play quickly or like maybe just exchange immediately and put pressure back on Adhisha.
Yeah, that's a good point because you could play VOL and EL, but instead, Irfan's just going to exchange and say, all right, well, your move again, buddy. If you can draw into a bonus next turn, he's going to already be almost 10 minutes up on the clock. And the draw for Adhisha RIG, not terrible, but given the leave, not going to be very helpful for him. GIO looks very good here, though, making XI and IO.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything else to consider. Although you're creating another A hook on top of it, but you just have to live with that. I don't know if there's any other reasonable plays that he can make.
And wow. Wow, Irfan's drawn into Jerboas. So that's going to come down for a huge score if he sees it. And there it is. Wow. So no matter what, if Axis stays open, Jerboas is over 100 points. But GIO, a very good thing to draw for Adhisha. It's not a great rack, but he's not going to have to think too hard about this position after spending so much time last move.
He did spend a minute on it still, and yeah, so Geo will mean Jerboas will score a lot less, but Irfan had that lined up and it'll still score 90 plus, I think. If you play it with Govs, I think that's slightly higher scoring. He could also play with Agio.
Yes. Yes, with Govs it is 94 points. With Agio it is 91. I think no real reason to pass up the 94. You are opening pretty centralized floaters. So there could be something to be said about honing in on Adhisha's potential range of leaves with GIO. After XIS GIO, Irfan might even think Adhisha has another S. So potentially taking the more bingo defensive option with Agio might be in the cards here, but instead
Yeah.
Irfan taking points.
You have to take into account on his last two turns, Adhisha has made two A setups, so it does look like Adhisha is holding an A in a way, but so you might want to close Agio, but yeah, I think this looks perfectly fine. That's not a huge difference, and just take the points.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the E and the R Turbos, those prime floaters, are not going to give Adhisha what he needs. That O would have given him Oratorio if there were some space
Oh,
there, but he sees it and a little bit disappointed, I'm sure, that he can't play that fun word.
yeah,
Uh,
I can
First
see
thing
it
I'm
now.
looking for here is playing from the J because I have 1 point tiles and I can't really score otherwise, but it doesn't appear to be a 5-letter word there. Do you go for Arborio here through the B just to fork the board?
I don't mind OOR underneath Jerboas just playing Ood with BOOEAR here, but I think I'll just play that. Keep AIRT with the E open. That seems pretty decent.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
E is a very nice way to try and bonus next turn. You have the A hook for Agio still, so that looks like a pretty good option.
But
Yeah, by far the
Alborio,
best play according to the engine. Sorry.
okay, yeah, yeah. Arborio is also pretty interesting. It's more volatile. Could also do something like play aggro through the GF Geo and create a huge S lane. I like the idea. Oh no, wait, sorry, that's opening the triple triple. My bad.
Mhm.
Yeah, you could do that, but I don't know if I think it's too early to be throwing open lanes like that.
Yeah, even after the 94-point play of Jerboas, Atisha's only down 46 points, given that he decided to take high-scoring moves with Evict and XIS. So he's still in the game, doesn't necessarily need to get a bonus down to tie things up, but you probably want to keep well here. Not blow the board too far open, give your fun big scoring opportunities. So yeah, OOR seems like the sort of decision you want to make here, but he should taking time. He's already
Yeah.
taken a couple minutes on this move.
Yeah, so it's only 46 points, but Adisha doesn't have any good scoring options on this turn, so Irfan can probably extend his lead this turn to maybe about 50, 60. But yeah, Adisha needs to find the bingo soon.
Yeah, this play of OOR, of course, giving some nice underlapping potential. Irfan in his post bonus draw has drawn a Y, a good scoring tile. So something like Gilpy and BOY and boy looks very strong here. But also just play a little bit more tight with GYP, scoring a few less but keeping EILT. I don't think there's really any way to handle the E in Jerboas in a way that makes it reasonable to sacrifice points here.
I think Jilpi does a good job of obscuring it, so now bingos would have to end in the E. And GYP means you can put one more tile after the E, and while that seems insignificant, it actually blocks a lot of like ED words, ER words. So Jilpi looks better defensively. He's looking at piety, which the leaf is a lot worse, right? So I think Jilpi is better than that if he sees it.
It is normally a lot worse, though. There are still 6 N's unseen, so the G is a little bit less bad. than usual. And the other thing is if you play the three, that does block sevens hooking onto ear.
Hmm.
But yeah, this does look like a miss for sure.
I guess you.
Engine's calling it a 7 point mistake.
Oh, 7 points is a lot, but piety keeps the L to hook Earl. I guess that is a slight benefit, but I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah,
And
and suddenly all of the bonuses through the E have been blocked. So OR definitely the idea was to try and bonus through the E a lot of the time, but um, no bingo plays anymore for Hisha, and suddenly he's in a really weird spot where you probably just want to play from the P of piety.
yeah, but I don't see any good options. I don't like any of the options there. Like something like part keeps DIST, and those tiles don't work well because the floaters you're opening are more consonants. So I like something like triad with agio to open two lanes at the top of the board.
Yeah, completely different direction to go in just to try and fork the board in your favor. The TR next to each other make it a little bit harder to score and overlap to the triple for Irfan, but it is a little bit dangerous to leave that open and let him score with such a variety of racks, but makes sense. There's also the cute option of playing Depict through Epic in the center of the board, keeping the best leave you could possibly keep, trying a bonus to the Ian Jerboas again. That's a pretty good option too.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. You could even do something like tag with access and create another S lane, but I think that's too many consonants to keep.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe deter through the two disconnected E's is another option he could consider.
Oh, the engine is suggesting a very, very nice play of Dixit through the XI to set up the S. What do you think of that?
Oh, that's lovely. I didn't think of plays through XI. If he sees that and plays it, that's actually very nice vision from him because that's a very hard lane to block for Irfan without an S. Although
Yeah,
I suppose Irfan could make plays with access, like overlapping Dixit, that make it a lot harder to use, but Bingo starting with X with S will still play.
yeah. And I guess the problem with this move is that it just, I don't know, the Bingos are not going to score that much, and you're just letting Irfan continue to score himself with a 60-point lead. So you're not really playing aggressive, just trying to bonus next turn and tie the game up. Whereas with a lot of situations, Irfan's just going to be able to score this turn, score next turn, still be ahead. But still a very strong play, keeping the best leave you could possibly keep on this board. And Irfan needs to find really, really nice overlap of O flag making boy the G
Oh
and
wow.
4 2-letter words. That is extremely hard to find.
Yeah, I didn't think of Boyg. I was looking at plays with Boyo, but Boyg is beautiful if he sees it. Just Fog there also seems pretty good to me. But Oflag would be a lovely spot if he sees it. So the other play I was considering was playing Genal with Agio. Genal doesn't take an S, so it doesn't give back another S lane, and it helps block that. So Irfan definitely hasn't seen it, and he's just gonna go for off. He's gunning for a bingo. He could definitely hit one. He has the Earl or Earn lane, and he has Boyg as well open to him. Although he would have to see it.
Yeah, so a cagey looking move, keeping a good leave. The AEGLN leave hits the E and the R and Gerbo's very nicely. You might draw something with Agio. I just don't like the idea of sacrificing so many points, but you have to find that G hook on Boy to be able to score really well. So very understandable play for sure.
Yeah, but I think it's more of a miss here in this scenario. Boyg is very hard to see. Yeah. Let's see if
Yeah.
he can draw into a bingo.
And again, we were talking about the time situation. I mean, Irfan is 12 minutes almost up on his opponent. So making a quick play that doesn't open anything, that blocks some scoring spots, makes a lot of sense, practically speaking. And Adhisha has seen an O and a W on his two-tile draw, which is not going to allow him to bonus. But the play of OF did open possibility of a 44-point play. Stro, or Straw are available now if Atisha wants to just give up on bonusing for the immediate scoring benefits.
Yeah, I wonder if Adisha is looking at Waitrose and wondering if that's valid. Obviously, it's not, but you really want to have something to that E here. But
Oh,
yeah,
wow. Yeah, go
I
ahead.
just wonder what else he can really do in this rack. Do you see anything?
Yeah, so you could play something like Pows or just Pow from the P and Piety to try and set yourself up. It's an interesting idea.
Six
Um,
ends unseen. Six ends unseen, though. You can't do that.
yeah, you can't. You can't. Yeah, fair enough. Didn't see that hook.
Yeah. Irfan still hasn't seen his tiles, I believe. Oh, look at he's gone for Y. Yeah, that's
Oh,
very volatile, and Irfan's gonna punish it.
yeah, that was a great draw of L blank. So you're staring right at the hooks on WAI here. The L hook um, is the first thing you might see. Looks like Irfan's first order of operations is finding Nigella, making AW. That would be great as well. But I think you want to take a little bit more. I mean, leg lands with whale is the highest score, so I think you want to do that.
Leglands would be amazing for Irfan because I think that blocks all of Adhisha's bingos as well. Adhisha's drawn into Rooster, Rooters, or Toreros, but after Leglands, I think none of them fit. But
Oh yeah,
Nigella.
Nigel does fit with Wayne as well. That's probably what he's.
Oh, I'm sorry, he has Toreros with F anyway. My bad. But yeah, Leglands still looks like Leglands and Nigella are both. They both score the same, right, with Wayne. So he could play either of them, I suppose.
And Adisha has put on his hood a little bit of maybe just trying to focus here. He's down to 6 minutes with half of the game remaining. So he really needs to lock in and make his next moves quickly. And he's down big, and he's going to be down even bigger after Nigella here. Spicy play.
Yeah, it's gonna take Irfan's lead to over 120, or maybe even more than that. About 120, I think. So Adisha's gonna need to mount a comeback. He will get a bingo back, I think. So should be within about 50 points. But yeah, we'll see what happens from here.
Oh, and a good mention, the sideways blank alert. That eye in Nigella is sideways, it looks like. But Torreira is coming down quickly. This is exactly what Hisha needed to do. You really can't spend more time. This is 70 points. Keeps him in the game. Let's see what comes out of the bag for Irfan and also Hisha
Yeah, Nigel isn't at the tournament this year, so Nigella is. But
standing in.
oh, that's a blank for Adisha.
Okay,
And
something.
I think he could actually have bingos with that. I see Uoni Min as an 8, but I don't think that'll play anywhere. Lovely word. But I don't know if he has bingos this turn, but he could get one. But meanwhile, Irfan has drawn the Z as well. So Irfan should be able to score quite well with that.
Yeah, the first word you think of with this rack is wise. Weize, and that plays for 60 points, making EW, just demonstrating the danger of playing WAI. Such an aggressive move just to open multiple fronts of the board. But Irfan's going to miss it and play Wiz instead.
Which
This
is,
doesn't seem to be a conscious decision. I'm pretty sure this was just a miss.
I wonder because this is an 8-point sacrifice, but I prefer this leave. The bag is very consonant heavy, and you're setting up your S as well for Swizz. So you could actually draw bingos ending in IS that would score an incredible amount. And yeah, you're not opening up more of the board. Wise was opening up a lot of the board, so I think Wiz is a very savvy choice in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely a reasonable option. It's just, I guess the question is, are you ever going to be able to leave that lane on the top open and not open anything feel like this was the best opportunity to utilize the scoring spot and not do too much bad to the board. But no matter, EMNMUY blank for Adhisha. No bonuses are playing here, but can score decently with an overlap of the OW that's not on the board. Yum fits there. Numen, Numen also fits. I kind of like Yum here, Manav, just to try and draw a bonus ending in E at the top of the board.
Yeah, I also prefer Yum, but Newman does give you the potential to overlap further and create and open a lane at the bottom of the board. Like after Newman now takes an A and an E, so you can make plays there and then open up the lower triple. But I think Yum is still a lot better.
That is his choice. Making his decision. How long did that take? A little bit over a minute, which is good for a blank rack. But yeah, he shut down to 4.5 minutes. Irfan still up by 80. And he's way up on the clock as well, so he's probably feeling pretty good here.
Yeah, so he's drawn 3 E's, which is always good to have when the bag is so low on vowels. He can make plays using the top triple that I actually quite like. I like playing something like SIDHE just to score well and so like allow yourself to block that whole quadrant next turn. I think that's a play I like.
Yeah, it's a nice way to score, like you said, and it's kind of hard to underlap the S as well. So SIDHE, 36 points, increasing the lead to 116. It looks like your fund was looking at IDEE, similar idea to take out the spot, and the lane that creates is not very good. And there's also the option of just playing Heedier, keeping the lone S, trying to get to the end of the game quicker, blocking the E and the R as 8 lanes. So I like that option as well. I think you can't go very wrong here.
Yeah, so going back to Ajisha's choice of Yum, what he probably didn't notice that we didn't notice is there were 3 more N's in the bag. So as you can see now, he has 3 N's on his rack, which is never good, and there's 2 more to come, so he could still draw more. And that's probably a reason Irfan wouldn't want to play Heliod. It's that you can end up drawing something horrible like 6 consonants to that S, and then you're in a bad situation. So you ideally want to keep 1 or 2 vowels minimum. I like also something like SIDHE with boys because that closes the whole bottom of the board, like F, the lane with hooking EF, the lane hooking boy.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Just because there's so many lanes still open, the E, the R, Boas, the sevens lane on the top, it feels like you're not really addressing the most important spots, and you're allowing a potential high-scoring play to open the bottom row as well. But I like the idea of just trying to control as much space as possible in the next few moves. But I think Irfan's just ahead by so much. Just take the points here with SIDHE. Lots of constants to come, so you're keeping vowels. It just feels like he hasn't spotted it. It's a very, very weird biletter word that doesn't come up that often.
Yeah, it's doesn't take an S as well. It's a strange one. I think he's looking at maybe just playing ED alongside Yum making DUR, which was recently added, which I can't say I really like, but who knows? EEI as such with the works very nicely with the ends, so he could draw bingo after that, I suppose.
Yeah, it's a very, very strong leave. I mean, according to what letters are remaining. So the engine actually likes playing feated for 22, so a couple more points there. Keeping the very nice EEHIS. It feels like you're going to be able to score and balance no matter what next turn, and you might even bonus. But yeah, we'll
Yeah.
see. I mean, finally, Irfan taking a very long time on one of his turns, and it's a pivotal one.
So instead of featured, you could also play Hayed through the YE, HEYED, play off the H, but I wonder if you actually want to keep the H just because of its potential for scoring here.
Yeah, a great thing to do when you're ahead is just always keep a scoring tile, keep a balance of vowels and consonants. There is something to be said about just trying to end the game on the spot by getting the final bonus down. Um, but yeah, lots of good options here. Very reasonable use of time. I think it's been 4, almost 5 minutes. Looks like Irfan might be thinking about DEE and EW, which is even more defensive than IDEE.
Mm, Could
And yeah, it
even
makes
just,
sense.
yeah, if you want to be ultra defensive, you could just play DE, I suppose, but I don't think you can afford to score that little. Since ideally you want to be up by 100 points after your move, and that would keep Adhisha just close enough for one bingo to catch him up. So you want to go up by 100 at least after this move. He's already up 80.
Mhm. Yeah, and for lovers, it is a theoretical thing. If you're up by 100, you're in the zone where a bonus is not going to beat you most of the time. And you might even be able to outrun two bonuses. So 100, although it is a nice round number, it is a really good baseline for how much you want to be ahead. So DEE coming down, um, pretty low scoring play, 11 points, but it addresses a big threat and it keeps really balanced. Over to Atisha with three N's. Was looking for an I or a D for innuendo, but didn't get it.
Yeah, actually quite a few eights possible, but I don't think any of them are available. So I see two good options for him here. One is playing non to the left of Yum with NUR and OYE, and the other is extending D to Undi, UNDE, to open up that lane. What would you prefer, Josh?
Yeah, yeah, Undi is great. I think it totally nixes out the idea of DEE, which is to block that part of the board. And he spots it. Beautiful find. Yeah, you're creating a new lane for yourself, scoring points. The two ends aren't great to keep, but you're probably going to bonus next turn. This is a great play.
Yeah, so back over to Irfan, who has a very nice rack, but no playable bonuses, I believe. So now
Oh
he
my
has.
gosh.
Oh god, yeah, that's a horrible draw. QV on your two tile draw is probably the worst possible two tile draw, actually.
Yeah. Yep. That does seem like the worst possible draw. Jeez. So Irfan might take some time here. Again, really good tiles. A lot to think about. He's looking at had DUR and AYE like you were saying before we noticed the QV. That looks very strong, right?
Yeah, that looks quite good. You can you could also try and be a bit more defensive, I suppose, and play something with like something starting with UH, just like HAE there to close it again.
Mm. Oh yeah, yeah. That's a good idea too.
But I think you can afford to take the scores because then you're going up by the 100 points that we were talking about. And there really isn't enough time in this game for two more bingos, I think. But you never know.
Yeah. It's also space. If Adhisha does being on the bottom of the board, then Irfan can really score his way to victory. If Irfan plays on the top of the board, then things are getting very constricted. Yeah, what do you do now? This is just horrendous.
So this is a situation where you would love to have time to see if you're actually like, can you bingo with VENNO blank if you're drawing one tile? Because then you can just play off QI. Otherwise, you have to exchange something like QVN.
Yeah, no, you can definitely bingo with novenas, novinae. Um,
Yeah.
those are
But
all possible. Inventor to the R. So
yeah,
I think you just play QI and hope for one of those letters.
yeah,
But
but you really
Irfan
have
is
to.
just going to bonus first.
Yeah, but you really have to work out your odds because if you're not bingoing well enough, then you can exchange. Then you might have to exchange, right? But I think here you're bingoing pretty often unless you draw maybe a B, H, N, something like that. But there's always a chance Irfan blocks it. But I think even the U should work. Yeah, with the U you get like unwoven or something. So I think it's pretty likely he draws something. But first Irfan is gonna get his bingo down. He has one of the most high probability racks ever, and Atish has been unlucky once again, and he's drawn a third N.
Yeah, people in the chat talking about the commentator curse. I very much apologize. I did say you're probably going to bonus next turn right before the QB draw. 100% my fault. Yep, that's what happens. I'll try to I'll
Yeah,
try not to predict the future anymore. But yeah, Irfan, all roads lead to Rome here. Whatever you do, game is over. Just try to find the most defensive bingo. And that might be ladder eyes.
yeah. I think if you see laterize, that's probably what you would go for here. But you might want to try. You might want to play something like saltier with boys to close the bottom half of the board. You could. I don't know. I don't like something like retails because that gives like at the top of the board with US, that'll create a lot of floaters for Adhisha.
Mhm. Yeah. And Hisha pretty much knows it's over here. He's down 90 points, doesn't have a bonus with these letters. Just has to wait and see his fate sealed. So with this win, things are getting really interesting once again. Irfan is going to be. Is he going to be tied? Yeah,
Yeah,
he's going to
the
be tied for first.
Irfan will actually take first place on spread by a fair margin, I think, because it looks like he's going to win this one by well over 100. So interestingly, Adhisha's rack actually does have three potential eight-letter words, but I don't think he has any of the correct floaters. Non-novel, non-event, and non-woven are all valid words, but none of them play here.
Wow, that would have been pretty amazing. One of those did end up playing, but instead you're faced with a situation: five tiles in the bag. You're really gonna try to bonus. It feels like Adhisha being not the favorite with point spread probably wants to do his best here to reduce his losing margin, but maybe it's not that important. Maybe you just want to save up your energy and just try to win the next 3 out of 4 games,
Yeah,
or 2 out of 3 games. Excuse me. There's only 3 games left after.
yeah, 3 games left. So it is possible he might have to win all three if Hubert wins now. I think if Hubert wins now, we'll see Hubert versus. Oh no, sorry, never mind. These two will play again anyway next round. Yeah, so yeah, it will be 2 out of 3, I think, after this for him. But yeah, we're gonna have a rematch between Irfan and Adhisha next round. So let's see how that plays out. Right now, I don't know. Maybe fish off just the N, play Ion.
He's just going with non, setting up the V and trying to bonus still with trying to bonus somewhere on this board.
Yeah, that seems
Uh,
right. Looking at the bag, there's two more N's he could have drawn. So okay, I don't think his draw is much better though. He's drawn three vowels.
At least that means that Irfan's going to be struggling a little bit with the consonants at the end of this game. But yes, we will see a rematch after this round. 3 games left. Every round makes things more and more exciting. Ahisha finally going to be relinquishing the lead he's had for the last 20 rounds, I want to say. Incredible performance by him, and he really just needs to win 2 out of the next 3 to win the tournament. So very, very exciting stuff.
I think it's more than 20 runs. I think, yeah, Adhisha was leading after round 9 and now it's game 30. So, okay, yeah, 20 runs in the lead. Incredible stuff. But now it's going to be Irfan in the lead on just based off of spread. So we could definitely see 3 more games just between these two. But I'm sure Hubert and Sherwin are trying their best to catch up.
So we see BAYE, just the hydrophobic, I guess it's not really hydrophobic, but it's sort of a play that, refuses to empty the bag. That's what I'm trying to analogize here. It's like, make a play that doesn't empty the bag, make your opponent empty the bag. This is very, very common Scrabble theory, so this makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely. Adhisha, I don't think he has any bingos available unless there's a ninth with the L and the R. Yeah, so no bingos available this turn. And we know the last tile is another N, but it looks like he's not even going to try and fish for enough for a bingo. He's just going to play VAE, empty the
Mhm.
bag.
Yeah, makes sense. He's extremely likely to be able to go out next turn, maybe even guaranteed to do so. So this makes a lot of sense. And the best endgame play here, I'm going to let you guess. I'm going to give you 30 seconds, Madhav, to try and figure it out.
I don't see much. I don't see anything that looks quite good to me. So I'm gonna. I actually don't see any nice options on this board.
Sort of torturing you with that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are no nice options.
Okay. Is it like LATHI?
It is third and F'd, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
HIRT.
You're not giving back anything too dangerous, I suppose. Just something like Annex for 15 is. Yeah. Third is better than third. Oh, I think the. Oh, third is much better than third. Third gives back Anent
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
or Inane.
And then the best response is very nice. So Thud, okay, Thud is giving back an ent. That's going to be, oh, and he sees it immediately. 10 seconds left. He's just so clutch here. Wow.
Yeah. It's saving him some spread, I suppose.
Nice.
So 492
Oh,
369.
yes. 492 to 369 is the final score. Irfan taking the lead after 30 rounds of grueling Scrabble. We are going to have a rematch between these two, but like we said in the previous rounds, every game has to end before the next pairings come out. It is King of the Hill all of the way. First player playing second player, third player playing fourth player till the end. So it is a very important round 31 coming up for you guys. Before we take a small break, I want to remind everyone that this tournament is being streamed to the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel as a way of trying to expand our just our reach. Let's Play Scrabble has such a nice community behind it, so everybody can see what's going on in the rest of the world. The live streams that are popping up everywhere. So this partnership, super good. Don't forget to look at the description. Follow the KSSA YouTube channel for more streams like this. This tournament it's a mega tournament. Over 150 players participating. So definitely something to look forward to in future years and maybe other tournaments as well. We thank Sigma for sponsoring the event. Huge thanks to Sid behind the scenes. Huge thanks to you, Mata, for commentating with me all the way through the championship games. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And yeah, well, who do you want to win next round? Who is your favorite player in the top? Do you want Atisha to make things interesting? Do you want Irfan to win again? What's the most exciting possible result? I don't know what's going to happen. What do you think, Madhav?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to call it because I have absolutely no idea what's happening. These are all fantastic players, and it could go anyway. So we'll just have to see.
Have to see. Yeah, don't go anywhere. Stick around for more. Three championship rounds to go. 2026 KSSA Indian Open on Public Day of the Republic in Bengaluru. So see you all soon. We'll be back with more. Don't go anywhere.
I think that sounds. We have Irfan Siddiqui here to talk to us about the game. Irfan, you here?
can you hear us, Irfan? Okay, we can hear him very, very faintly, though.
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
I think, are you talking into the phone? Is that the mic you're using?
I can hear.
Yeah, we're trying something new here, guys. Bear with us.
Yeah, I think you can tell
Yeah, can you guys
this.
hear me now?
Yeah, that's a lot
Yes,
better.
we can. Very good.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
All right, how do you feel about after that game, Irfan? Very well played.
Oh, thanks. I think after Nigella, I felt quite comfortable. I
Yeah,
Yeah.
think when he played Depict and I played off, I felt quite comfortable that I might, quite possible. I didn't expect to pick the blank, of course, but I thought I might draw into a bingo. So even if he bingos, I should be good. But then the blank was the icing on the cake. And after Nigella, I think it was pretty downhill for him. But I did miss ways. I didn't. I don't know why I didn't rack it up. I should have given it a little more thought. I saw Wiz. I saw retaining the ease, and I just didn't think further. If I had seen it, I'd definitely play it.
Gotcha. Yeah, we were curious about that turn. Any other turns, Madhav, that you were curious to hear Irfan's thoughts?
I
yeah.
want to hear
So
what you guys thought of DEE.
DEE, right? So on that turn, we were considering something like SIDHE there in the same spot just to score a lot more.
Okay, I didn't want to give up the last test because I had it. I figured it would turn into a bingo at some point. I
And we
wanted
were
to keep it for the spot on the bottom part of the board. I wanted to keep that S. So
Mm-hmm.
I think SIDHE I wouldn't keep. It was the last S. I wouldn't play that. But I played the D because there were, I think at that point, more Ds in the bag. I backed myself to pick another D for that DUR spot, and there were Ns also, too many Ns, so I could balance with hen or had whatever I picked, and it just worked out. That's how it happened.
Yeah, so about the
Yeah.
play of off as well. I think on that turn we were looking at plays like Fog with Boig that would have scored a bit higher. So were you trying to keep a more bingo friendly lead, or did you miss that?
I no, I didn't. I don't know if I considered it or not, but to be honest, but yeah, I was looking at bingo friendly leads. I was like, this could so easily develop into a bingo. I like the G on that, the synergy with the KNEL. The angle is something I like. I think even if I see fog, I play off.
Yeah, I think maybe the star play in that position was the five-way over underlap of O flag in that spot.
I
Super,
considered O
super hard to
flag,
spot.
flag, but I didn't want to do that. Oh, there, bottom. Okay, no, I was thinking on the top. On the top, of course, I
Yes,
wouldn't do
yes, yes.
flag, or that would be too risky.
Right. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, the underlap would have been such a high score. Yeah, we really like the way that you applied time pressure. Was that part of your game plan the entire game after seeing how long Adhisha took on XIS?
To be honest, I think I just play. Like, Madhav has played me enough to know that he and I we play pretty much the same speed. If we if we see the move and we are good with it, we just go for it. We don't sit on our time. So I think that's just how I play.
Hmm. Very good, very good. Okay, yeah. The one, I guess, the last question on piety. So there was a couple options there. Did you see GILPY in the same spot?
I wasn't sure of it. I saw it. I wasn't sure of it.
Gotcha. Yeah, yeah. I think we agreed that if
I
you were
thought of
confident, you would
Glipt.
have
I
played
don't know
that
if
one.
Glipt is good. I thought of Glipt. I thought of what you just suggested, but I wasn't sure of any of them. So I just wanted to play safe and take the scope.
Very nice. Awesome. Well, great win. We're gonna see you again. So best
Thanks.
of luck in the next game.
Thank you, guys.
Congrats on
Thank you.
taking first place. And yeah, maybe we'll talk to you again.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Appreciate it. Bye bye.
Yeah, thanks for fun.
Sit.
All the best.
All right, that was our
मैं
fun
late आया
Suki for um, yeah, the interview, post game interview. Love to see it. So we have a new way of getting the players to talk to us that allows you guys to hear them as well. So yeah, great. Very nice to have players open to talking to us after their games. With 3 rounds to go, things are very, very nerve wracking and nail biting. So yeah, huge shout out to Irfan for
I think
being
you guys, I
honest.
think you could tell with all the background noise just how crazy the atmosphere is in there. Like that was the noise of all the people talking, all the people discussing the results. It's always an amazing atmosphere on the last day of a tournament when everyone is trying to work out possible pairings, trying to see what's happening. And yeah, I wish I was there right now.
Yes, me too. But the next best thing, being able to call the action, not having to be the ones, in the spotlight, making potentially questionable moves every turn. Yeah, such an honor to be commentating with you. So, what is the? How come you couldn't make it this year? I guess my question.
Uh, so couple of reasons. I have some very important school exams coming up in a week or so, and I need to be studying for those, so I couldn't really go for playing Scrabble for the last few months. So I don't think I'll be well prepared in any case. I'm hoping to be back in action soon. I think maybe a tournament in Pune in March that hopefully I can make it for. Otherwise, Causeway is definitely one I'm looking forward to. Nationals in Mumbai as well, huge tournament. So yeah, looking forward to playing soon rather than commentating. But this is a great experience. I think I've loved this so far.
Yeah, and you're a natural. You're doing a great job. Really appreciate having you on board. So we're gonna take a break again, probably around 5-10 minutes before the next round. As we said, they're doing hot pairings, so all the results need to be in before they pair the next round. We will be seeing a rematch. So yeah, take a little break, maybe a bathroom break, maybe a power nap, and we'll see you guys back in just a few minutes. Hello and welcome back. Round 31 of 33 of the KSSA Indian Open 2026. Josh Sokol here, commentating alongside Madhav Kamat. And we have a repeat matchup this round. Our new leader, Irfan Siddiqui, in first place, against Adhisha, who's been leading the tournament for over 20 rounds. Finally, admitting defeat, and now has the same record as Irfan, just with slightly worse point differential, tiebreak, spread, whatever you want to call it. So 3 rounds to go, one round, before a lunch break, and this is a very, very important round. But it's the next 2 rounds that are going to be the most important. I think if either of these players wins 2 games in a row, that'll be it.
Yeah, that's the long and short of it, but there is a dark horse. Hubert Wee is still very much in contention. He's 1 win behind each of them, but he has a higher spread than both. So, should Hubert win his next game, then Hubert will move up onto the top table and have to win his next 2 in a row as well. So, for Hubert to win, I think he would now have to win the next 3 in a row, but he did that last year, so there's definitely no ruling him out. I don't think anyone beneath Hubert has a chance anymore, though. So now it looks to be between these 3 players for the title. Irfan and Adhisha would have to win 2. Hubert would have to win 3. I think that's the situation we're in now. So huge next game because for these 2.
Absolutely. So clock has been started. Irfan going first. It's a slight advantage by doing so, and we see some bingo tiles, but only one consonant. It looks like DENNSTW. So I feel like the normal play here is just to play wend and keep NST, but you can also consider exchanging.
Yeah, I would normally lean towards Wend. I think NST is just about good enough to justify. It's good enough to justify it, but I definitely understand exchanging. Exchanging down to ENST is what I would lean towards, but he's considering exchanging down to EST, which is also very strong.
Yeah, definitely holding onto that second N makes ENST slightly stronger, means you're less likely to draw a second N again. DENST also very strong, but if you don't draw a vowel, you're going to be in trouble there. So we see exchanging 4. Definitely not what I would have done, but a strong option no matter.
Certainly. Now, Adhisha has, I think, one standout play of Kilim for 32. He could also play something like Milk and keep the vowel, but I think you have to take the points and just go for Kilim.
Mm-hmm. I agree. After an exchange 4, you're a little bit more likely to want to play defensively, but I think you just have to take the points here, despite the leave of TT. It's just so much better equity than everything else. And we see a very good draw of second S and a blank for Irfan, so he's certainly going to bonus next turn, even if Adhisha plays the most defensive move possible.
Yeah, in a way, some of those good tiles are going to get wasted because he didn't even need to draw an S and a blank, but it's going to give him tons of options. Oh, Adhisha's opting for Kilt. That's a very interesting decision because MIT is probably his best leaf for drawing a bingo, but he's sacrificing 16 points to choose Kilt over Kilim, which I can't say I would have done.
Yeah, it's a big sacrifice, but the added defense is very nice, and the leave is also very nice. So this could have been a miss. Could be that Ahisha didn't consider keeping 2 T's, but it could also be a cautious decision. If it is a mistake, it's a very small one. So over to Irfan. So 83 is the top score that you can get here.
Yeah, I wonder about Adhisha's placement because he's opened up the double lane to Irfan with plays hooking kills can hit both double word squares. So that's probably those are probably Irfan's best options here. Something like tensors, Telsons, lots of options.
Yeah, shout out to the Jetsons. That's a nice word, making the blanket J. Also, a TV show of my youth. You probably don't know anything about that show. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. I do not, but yeah, I think yeah, Jetsons is slightly more defensive than Talsons, I guess, but it's very very slight. I'm surprised he hasn't played already.
Yeah, it's interesting. We see a reversal here. Adisha only taking 1 minute for his opening move. This is usually the amount of time I recommend taking on the opening play. So a perfect minute has been spent, but Irfan, yeah, just needs to find a double double, and maybe he's looking for the perfect one. But in this sort of situation, you probably don't want to spend too much time um, between the options. If you find an 83-point play, you probably just want to make it. They're all pretty similar, but Hisha taking a little bit of a rest. um, I'll often see players just putting their heads down a little bit when they just have to wait and see what their opponent does.
Yeah, it looks like Irfan is trying to find something that doesn't put the E next to the triple letter and give back potential Z bombs. So I don't think he has anything that does that though. So he's gonna have to play one of them. Tensons, Telsons, Tensodes, and Jetsons all fit, and nothing
Yeah,
with them.
and they're not the easiest finds. So it does feel like Irfan hasn't spotted any of them yet. He's maybe looking at sonnets, um, but do expect him to find one eventually, and that's probably what's taking so long. Probably figures there's something there, but the pressure of having to find a double double here, being on stream, definitely very high. So you definitely expect something like tensors to come down.
Yeah, it looks like he's
Looks like
rearranged.
yeah.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah, I know. I was saying the same thing. Rearranged it to Tensons or Telsons, but he's changing it again to Soonest. He might actually be. Soonest avoids giving the triple lettered square, but a 12-point sacrifice for that is a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, very interested to see what he ends up deciding on here. Whereas Hisha has drawn the X, which again, it just makes it even more important to just wait, not spend too much time thinking about your tiles. You know that whatever Irfan does is going to totally change the board shape and the board position. So there's really no use in looking that much further than okay, I have the word fixed, keeping AMT. If that goes down, that's going to be a good play. But mostly, you can just relax and just try to conserve your energy.
It looks like he's going for sonnets. He could still change his mind, of course, until he hits the clock, but sonnets is probably a bit better defensively, but it's a huge sacrifice to be making.
Yeah, what this might be is he probably saw something. He probably saw Telsons or Tensons and just wasn't 100% sure. And when you're in a position where you see something that would be the best play, but you're not sure if it's valid, it forces you to, like, I don't know, consider other things than finding a valid word. I think that might be what's responsible for this miss here for funds.
Yeah, that's definitely something. Atisha has one nice overlap I see of FAIX to score quite well. I think that's
Yeah,
the
that was
obvious
fantastic.
standout. So now he needs
Yeah,
to score that.
the leave isn't fantastic MTT, but it's by far the best score in the position, almost a bingo score. Um, so that's what you got to do here. And what a draw for fun. That is very nice. Blandest at the very least is going to play to the T of kilts.
Yeah. So Irfan is going to start with back-to-back bingos after the exchange. But fakes would mean Atisha is at least level with one bingo. And he'll have a lot of floaters to work with after blandest.
Yeah, you can easily imagine a couple of vowels drawn onto the rack and being able to play an 8-letter word through one of the letters of blandest or the eye of kilts. Curious that Isha hasn't even lined up FAIX on the rack. Again, it feels like when you're looking for plays, you're almost always looking to get rid of your duplicates first. And so sometimes plays that keep two of the same letter, you don't think of them immediately. So that could have been why Kill Him wasn't played last turn. That could be why Isha hasn't thought of FAIX. But there it is.
He's seen it, and I think he's gonna play it fairly quickly. But we know he loves to take his time. But yeah, it's gonna come down. A bit of hesitation from him there. Probably aware that MTT is not a good leaf, and there's only one vowel available to him to play through. But you have to take the score.
Yeah. And it looks like Irfan has spotted blandest, or maybe he couldn't be thinking of blandies. That's not a word, but yeah, blandest is his only bonus. It does look like you would have something through the eye, but no matter. It's going to be very important to see what Atisha draws here, because if he doesn't draw any vowels, Irfan's going to be first to be able to use the triple that blandest will open at the top of the board. But we do see an E draw. That is the only vowel, so yeah, definitely not great. Not a great draw for Atisha.
Yeah, that's gonna make things difficult for him. I don't know if he can do much about the B. I think all his best plays are likely to be using that A. Or he could have some overlaps with making PSI, I suppose, but I don't see anything playing there either.
Yeah. The only overlap down there looks to be TEC, keeping LMPT, which there's some merit to that, keeping the A of blandest open. But I think something like caplet or camlet look very strong through the A of blandest. Just hope your rack materializes into something better. It's worth noting that words ending in TE are going to fit next to the FA of FAIX. So keeping that T can be very useful for that. Let's see what Irfan draws.
I wonder if you consider playing just temp through the E of blandest to keep an ISO leaf, CELT. And temp opens up some hooks, because temp takes a lot of hooks, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So it only scores 8 is the issue, but you are keeping a much better leaf.
Yeah, definitely worth considering something a little bit more direct and aggressive, for sure. He probably knows now that his position is not good after FAIX. It was an even game, but now, after the second bonus in a row, not being able to cover that triple, you are in a position where if you bonus, things will be equalized most of the time. But I think even so, making a play like caplet or camlet, setting up an S hook, there's only one S left. Probably what I would choose here, but I wouldn't be super happy about it.
Did you see Irfan's last style? Is it an A or is it something else?
I think it was another E. I'm not sure though.
Yeah, I'm just guessing based off of the alphabetization, but no clue.
Yeah, I did see it at the beginning. I thought I saw another E at the beginning, but not 100% sure.
So he's probably going to have something like Heben through the B.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we do know that Irfan is alphabetizing the tiles, so we know that the seventh tile is an A, a B, a C, a D, or an E. That narrows the options down. I guess there's just, what do you do here? Do you play camlet or caplet? That's, I think, the big question. Is the P better than the M? Normally the M is more flexible. You could make shorter plays, overlap. can eat up vowels better, but the P is a little bit more of a bingo tile than the M. And with the T, usually the M and the T don't go super well together unless there's an E to use, which there would be, the E in blandest. But I think I would go for Camlet. What about you?
So the M synergizes better with that B in the first row. So you could play like stuff like Ambit, or you could even draw, who knows, maybe something like Ambition is possible to draw. I think the M allows you to play there more easily. But yeah, I do get what you mean about PT being a bit nicer than MT. So not an awful lot between them, I would say.
Yeah, definitely very, very close. We know Atisha likes to think hard about these positions, even when there are two plays that are very, very close seeming. The other benefit of maybe keeping the P over the M would be if you draw one of those four U's, you're threatening to play tup next to the ETS of sonnets, so that eats up one of the worst letters you could have drawn after the play. But yeah, these are all very, very small factors. You have to think about how likely is Irfan to cover the B in blandest. So is it really worth keeping the M for that? And just make a decision at some point. So according to the engine, there is 0.04 win percentage and 0.05 equity between Camlet and Halflet. So you could go either way, really. This is as close as it gets.
Alright, so Irfan's last style is an A, not an E. So he will have options like Henbane through the B as well, or Bhaji. But
Yeah, lots of good options.
yeah,
It's a very interesting comment in the chat. Atisha looks lost. I don't think so. I think he's just trying to focus, trying to make the absolute best moves. He has taken over 4 minutes on this turn, it seems like. Caplet coming down in the end.
I think people are overreacting a bit. He's not down by a lot. It's only 60 points, and we're still very early into the game, so it's just one good draw, and then he's all of a sudden he's right back in this game. Irfan's act isn't great, but it gives him scoring opportunities with that B.
So. Yeah, no, definitely not lost in terms of the game. I read that more as like, yeah, not unfocused, but I think, that Q draw not very good, but I think just putting his hood up, I think just trying to zone out all of the background noise, everything that's happening, just to try and focus as much as he can on the game. Something that I've done myself as well. So what will Irfan do? I think you do have to play through the B. It looks like Hebben, Haben is the play that he chooses. After the play of Caplet, Bina, BENAH, becomes a lot better. You're not opening floaters, you're blocking the S-hook, not a huge deal, but you're scoring 3 more points, and that's the engine's choice, but this is not far behind.
Yeah, I think you could definitely say Bina is slightly stronger, but you do want to keep a vowel, of course. AGN is better than GN. So, and it looks like it's worked out quite well for him. I think he will have some bingos available with that rack.
Yeah, and so for Atisha now, the Q, of course, the worst tile in Scrabble, it's kind of awful to look at a rack like this, but can score pretty well with DOTY, making Efton Tay. Obviously, the benefit of keeping the Q is negative, but being able to score 34 points, narrow the gap to around half of 69. It's probably the right idea, but MOTY is not a valid word. So we're hoping he doesn't do that. Maybe think of
Yeah, no, I was also thinking of MOTY myself, and then I had to actually double check that was not a word, because motiest is good. So, but that's MOTEY, not MOTY. So, Hopefully he doesn't play this.
And if he does play it, almost certainly going to get challenged off. Yeah, it's a little bit. It's funny because motey is a word in the North American lexicon as well, but it doesn't compare. And this is being played, so this is a huge moment. It looks like Irfan has just stopped in his tracks. Is this being held? Will this be challenged?
Yeah, I think Irfan.
Has not held.
No, he has.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
And I think once you hold something like this, you're pretty likely to challenge it because that means he doubted it in the first place. Adisha is probably feeling horrible right now because this means another turn with this rack.
Yeah, you don't doubt a word like this until your opponent says hold. And unfortunately, a huge mistake here for Atisha. Yeah, brutal loss of a turn. Coming off.
Yeah, that's a huge moment in this game. So now Irfan is going to be able to extend his lead, and Atisha is going to have to deal with this same rack for another turn.
Yeah, very, very, very rough to see this, but still a game. There are no bonuses actually with this rack available on the board. It looks like so. Maybe Irfan wants to cover the spot that was just played in, knowing that Atisha has a T and a Y. Probably has another play there. So Gator, Gator, looks pretty strong there. Any other options you're thinking about?
Yeah, I think I was looking for plays. Gator seems pretty good. I don't know. Like you can make plays. I guess togas on top of kilts is decent as well. Yeah, I see nothing wrong with Gator.
And it's always interesting when you have like partial information about your opponent's rack. How far do you lean into that information? Because if Adhisha played Moti, most likely that was the best option he saw in the position, which makes it less likely that he has many other options in that spot, especially if he has any doubt about the validity of the word. So, do you just leave it open and just hope he didn't have another play there? Do you cover it? Do you play togas for the better leave and the better defense? It's a very interesting spot.
I like the idea of leaving it open, but I just don't know what else you're doing with this rack. Gator is also probably your best equity player. So something like Togas seems good, but then you're playing off the T and you don't have a hook there anymore. I don't know what else you can do.
And yeah, it doesn't feel like the play of Gator has any downside to it. But often I'm scared of making blocking plays that open something new because maybe my opponent's just going to use that. I'm going to feel really dumb about leaning too far into the information. But yeah, this looks very good.
Yeah, so now
back over. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Adisha can still just drop the Q for 11, but that just seems horrible to do. So maybe Domi with KY.
Yeah, try to get the board open a little bit on the left side. You do have access to the left side right now. You can play a 7-letter word at the second row and play through the DE of blandest. But the bottom left of the board is pretty hard to access. So play of Domi or Doti in that spot. Just try and open things now that you're down over a bonus. Makes a lot of sense. S is going to be important. The last blank is going to be important. Getting rid of the Q can wait. But can't wait that long. And look at that draw for Irfan. Wow.
So if Adisha were to put that M in space, say he plays MOTEY, then Irfan would have Zoomania through the M, which would be amazing to see.
So are you saying if Adhisha plays Moti now and KY, will Irfan not challenge for the second time?
No, I was saying MOTEY, which is valid.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, if he played MOTY again, I mean, no way that ever happens. But yeah, if I think if Irfan saw Zoomania, he probably wouldn't challenge. But I don't know. It's obviously never happening. But yeah, Domi is going to come down instead. So I don't think Irfan will be able to bingo, but he can score well and keep the blank, which is perfect for him.
Yeah, very easy decision here, I would say, just to play Zona. It is worth mentioning that Stanzo is 68 points through the T and Caplet. A very, very hard find, but it's certainly not worth it. Opening a triple, getting rid of the blank.
Looks like
Zona for sure.
Yeah, Irfan's put this on hold again. So yeah, interestingly, Domi is not good with the E. Okay, Irfan's going to challenge this as well. This one is valid, so Adisha will get a +5 for this one. A second phony in a row would have been heartbreaking, but thankfully for him, this one is valid. So he will hopefully draw something to go with his Q. Who knows? Maybe if he gets a U, then all of a sudden he could have some nice Q plays. But as things stand, he's down by 70 points, and Irfan has the blank.
Yeah, no U draw. Oh, that's a terrible, terrible draw. Adhisha there. All 4 U's were still left to draw, but he missed all of them and drew duplicated T's, G, duplicated E's. That's not going to help him here. So yeah, Zona's going to come down, and I just don't even know how to respond to that.
I mean, you could play Geode for a good score, I suppose. But QTT is as bad as they get, as bad as it gets.
Yeah, Geode plays through the O and Domi making Zona. Very nice find there. 28 giving QTT. If you draw an I, you get QI and GI after that. If you draw a U, you'll have most likely have options. So that does look like the best play here. And we'd like to see it. He should just try and make a quick play here. And there we go. I like the energy for sure. Just try and get out of your funk as soon as possible. But little does he know that something big is coming his way. Let's draw for your fun.
I don't think Irfan has any double doubles through the D, which is the high scoring lane. So he's not going to get like a 90-point plus bingo here, I think. But still, should be some good options in the 70 to 80 range.
And with the second blank, do you want to take your time here to try and make sure? Oh my goodness. You see that draw?
Has he drawn 4 eyes?
Oh my goodness. I have never seen that before.
When it rains, it pours. So if he plays, so he will probably have to play QI, and then he'll still be left with IIITT. Oh, this is a horror game for Atisha.
I cannot believe that. Like, that's the sort of draw where you just want to flip the board.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. So Irfan, over to Irfan. He's found Endeavor, which you probably don't want to play just because it opens a lane starting an R.
Yeah, overland.
Yeah. Overland, overhand. Those would actually block QI, which is by far Adisha's best play. That would be so brutal.
Yeah. This game is very, very one-sided. He doesn't have any bingos ending in vowels, does he? So nothing underneath Heben.
No, yeah, I mean, you'd want to be looking for that too. But so yeah, I imagine Irfan's going to take a decent amount longer here to just try and find something better. Same situation as the Sonnet's turn, where it feels like there's something really good, but in this case, there actually isn't. For Adhisha, I guess you want to be thinking, rather than just being like, oh my god, I just drew 4 eyes, like, I can't win this game. What bonuses can you draw after playing QI? Can you draw Tirites?
I
You
think
can
chat saw.
draw Wistiti, yeah.
Yeah, no, chat saw USTT. There are definitely some possibilities. There's only one S in the bag, but there are 4 U's. I don't think you want to see a U anyway, but if he does draw USTT, then who knows? Could draw things like initiate or timidity, but very, very unlikely again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Something like TTTs might not even play. Having that and having it not play would be the worst thing ever.
Yeah. what could possibly go wrong here after the 4-eye draw is that you get to play QI, you draw into a bonus, and then it doesn't play, and the best you can do is score like 5 points and get rid of 2 eyes. Well, Scrabble will be like that sometimes. Someone mentioning in the chat, punishment spree. Yeah, when you play a phony word, if you're really hard on yourself, you can sort of say, well, I deserve this. But I mean, deserving it and having to deal with it are two different things.
I don't think anyone deserves this though, but it might not be over. There's 4 U's and 3 I's in the bag for Ajisha still. There could be more to come. You never know.
Wow.
He could draw even worse styles after this.
That is a mean thought.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's. I mean, there's definitely not. He can still come back in this game. It's not impossible, but not if he keeps drawing like this.
Yeah, no, there's still a game to play. Yeah, maybe Irfan's gonna draw UUUURRR next turn or something.
Yeah, UUUUVWW. That should be. Oh, but then you just play Uhu and Uhu on 2 turns, and then you're fine. So.
Yeah, you're right. Oh
But,
man.
Yeah, this
was rough. So yeah, Irfan taking a while here. I think he's looking at overland or overhand at this point. Those would actually allow QI to still play under the O once that hits the board. But those are the options we prefer over here in the commentary booth. Starting to try and block off the top left of the board. But 8 minutes left for Irfan with almost half the game still to be played, so we might see a time pressure situation. I heard from the interview that Irfan plays pretty quickly. Is that accurate?
So he plays quickly if he sees like the obvious best move, but on a rack like this, when there's so many floaters to consider, I'm not surprised he's taking time because there's that O in zone A, there's the Z, there's the N, there's the L of kilts, there's the T of caplet. There's so many things to consider that I'm not surprised to see him taking time. Looks like he's looking at Ronda well now. That looks a bit worse defensively because you're both creating a lane on the left, and I guess the S hook is already open with caplets, but I don't like Ronda well here. I think I don't want to create that lane on the left.
Yeah, I guess the one benefit is that you could end up drawing a 4-letter word in between Caplet and Rondavel next turn. So that might be what he's thinking. Yeah, maybe a 4-letter word to just block everything next turn. But yeah, this does fork the board sort of in Atisha's favor. But little does Irfan know that Atisha's in no way going to be able to take advantage of this turn or next turn.
So it looks like Rondavel is going to come down, which is slightly surprising to me, but I don't know. It's not a huge mistake in any way.
Yeah, QI immediately. So now Atisha applying the time pressure, had all the time in the world to think about what can I do with 4 I's, 2 T's, and a Q? And of course, QI, most important word in the dictionary. HO is a decent draw out of this. Hioi, gonna play somewhere, potentially, or Thio or something like that. Let's see what Irfan draws. Okay, 2 vowels, 5 consonants, and yeah, just like I said, AWED now is gonna just be great defensively and score super, super well. Wow.
Oh, wow, I wasn't even looking at that. I was looking more to the left-hand side, but I wondered if you would prefer to play something on the left of Ronderville just because that closes the 7th lane. Like Gopt looks good to me.
Yeah, Gopt is 37. This is 40, but Gopt, the leave is so much more palatable. But I think this was part of Irfan's plan, so I think he's just going to go ahead and continue with it. But yeah, Gopt looks extremely strong as well. Just want to play something quickly, though.
So Adisha is probably going to play Hioi somewhere. I don't know if there's any other real options. I like playing it to the left of Geode, create another dangerous S hook.
Yeah, that looks pretty strong. Pretty clearly, Irfan did not have the last S after the play of AWD. It is a high scoring play, but yeah, it seems like you have to hope the S is in the bag anyway. You're down 160 points. So yeah, Highway to the left of Geode, making HE, or maybe, yes, Mihi from the M is also an option.
Yeah.
Keep a little bit more balanced, but
Yeah, I would consider ZT from the Z also to undouble it, but you sort of have to be hoping to hit some huge bingo from the Z as well, because that's one way to get back in the game to get 100+ bingo with Z. So I don't like but ZT does have the advantage of undoubling the T's.
yeah, untripling the I's, undoubling the T's. So in a vacuum, the play of ZD is what you want to do in this position. But given the situation, you're right. Like, just have to hope for everything going your way, and maybe one of those things is getting a 100-point bonus starting with the Z on this board. So
I think Adhisha has had duplicate T's on his rack for every move this game. Or for almost every move. I think he didn't have it when he played Domi, maybe.
yeah, that was the only time.
And
Wow.
that was the time it would have been helpful because then he could have played Motti or Dotty for more. So
you put it that way, it's a very sad story.
yeah.
But yeah, okay. Under the 10-minute mark is Atisha. This has been a very, very weird and one-sided game. But after this most likely win by Irfan, we're gonna have to pay very close attention to the standings. As you mentioned earlier, Hubert is one game behind these two with very, very good spread. So if Hubert wins all three, he's going to win the tournament.
Yeah, looking at the spreads, given that Irfan is winning this by a lot, there might even be a potential for Marlon in 4th. Oh no, sorry, Marlon is one game behind. No, never mind. Yeah. It's if Hubert wins, then it looks like Hubert and Irfan will play. Otherwise, Atisha and Irfan will play again, and then Atisha will have to win 2 in a row if that happens. But otherwise, yeah, we could see Hubert versus Irfan, and I think in that case also, Irfan would have to win just one game. I think. So after this, it looks like Irfan just needs to win 1 out of 2.
Wow, yeah. Just one more win. How hard could that be? And the answer is extremely hard. This tournament is full of top players, international masters, grandmasters. Just maybe one grandmaster.
No. Sherwin and Akshay are both grandmasters. I know.
Oh, great. Okay, yeah.
I don't know if any other.
It's brand new, the title, so you got to get used to who's a GM and who isn't.
Sure.
Yeah, it's extremely stacked field.
I'm sure we'll see plenty of these players reach Grandmaster. I think Adhisha is one who will definitely reach it soon. I think there were some in the comments mentioning Jeremy Koo being pretty close to the mark as well. Irfan could also. I think he's currently rated on about 1950, so he would need to cross 2000 rating, but given his record so far, I think he could do that. Yeah, we could be seeing some of these players. And I think a lot of these players will be picking up important norms for the new Vespa titles, so that'll be interesting to see.
All right, so Bapu coming down. OH, a quick response by Adhisha, trying to keep balanced letters and draw a bonus, maybe on the top of the board. But FURGERS is the rack for Irfan. What are you thinking to do here? I mean, game is over. You're up 141 points, but maybe you want to win by as much as possible.
Josh, he has a bingo through the O.
Oh my gosh. I'm looking.
Seeing that with 4 minutes on your clock is very, very difficult, but yeah, as chat has seen, it is Ferrugos.
Oh, he found it. He found it. Wow, I have never seen that word in my life. That is amazing. Ferrugos for 80s, a cherry on top of this game.
Adhisha
This reminds me of the Hubert Adhisha game where Adhisha found B Thorns near the end of the game with almost no time. And yeah, it's coming back good. That'll be 85. Amazing.
Yeah, I think by now Adhisha just wants this to end. He actually might not cross 300 in this game, which is a very, very rare at this level. But not entirely through his fault. He's had a very harsh. He's been very unlucky this game. Although that one mistake is going to be costly.
Yeah, very much so. And it just feels like it's such a tough thing psychologically here for Adhisha. This is similar to what happened last year. He was up by 2 games with 3 to go. In this case, he's tied. He needs to win his next 2 after this. It's going to be a very, very tough battle for him. But he's been playing so well. You know, that was just one blunder this game that we saw playing the Phony 4. But other than that, he's just been killing it. So hopefully he knows that. Hopefully he stays positive about his chances.
Yeah. So a bit of a bad draw for Irfan to use in the V, but I think he can just play die for about 40 points and just keep scoring.
Yeah, DYE from the DNG Ode is exactly 40 points. The leave, of course, of AEUUV can't be that much worse than that, but 40 points is very nice on a board like this with so few options remaining. So anything here is fine. Looks like Uvia is being considered, which retains the possibility of DYE. It feels kind of hard for Yisha to ever block that, and Uvia maybe provides better timing. You play that with HA at the top of the board, but every play here is going to win the game. It's just a question of trying to win by as much as possible. Though it does feel like it's not going to come down to spread, Madhav.
Yeah, I don't think spread is actually too important here. So yeah, and I think he's missed the play of die, so he's just gonna go for Uvia. So, but he can still play die next turn if he sees it. And actually, that might be the correct decision because it's very hard for that to get blocked.
Yeah. And now one tile in the bag. I'll figure out which tile that is very shortly. But UEY is the same tiles. AWIO is the draw, so that means the R is unseen, which is not a letter that Adhisha wants. But of course, at this score, you're trying to make 300 maybe. The highest that you can score here is 20 points though. But he's just gonna get another turn.
Yeah, I think your options are either you play Mirin or you play Jewel in the top right, and maybe hope to draw the O for Motel. That would be a nice sequence for him.
Mm-hmm.
I think you play Mirin and just go JL.
Oh, you're saying
you play Jewel and then you play Motel next to that the next turn if you draw the O.
Oh wow, Jarell. Okay, yeah. Oh, that's pretty cool. Jewel, I mean, yeah, sorry. Jewel, if you get the O, you get motel. I'm following, sorry. I got there.
Yeah, I think it must be pretty late for you, right?
Yes, yes. It's pretty late, time-wise and age-wise. How old are you again, Madhav?
I was talking about the time, not age. I'm 15
I
right
know.
now.
15 years old. Yep. I'm twice as old as you.
Okay.
Amazing.
So
So, other option is to just play Jin and NU, or Jin and GI and AN, but that looks pretty dangerous. Maybe Jin and NU looks all right here.
even Jin on the right, it looks dangerous, but there's not that much in the bag that can actually hit you there. Because you would have to put a vowel after GI, so maybe like like YAE is the highest you can get hit for.
Yeah, I think it's going down with like Yaoi. That's a little bit more worrisome. Or
Okay.
Ari would be available. Oh man, Hisha, yeah, with the hood, pulling it down even further.
And the R is probably the worst style to draw as well.
Yeah, it's all academic from here, but not gonna be happy to see that. They're just figuring out the scores here. It does not look like Hisha is going to be able to make 300 with this R draw. Like you said, extremely rare at this level. Irfan's going to make it to 500.
I don't think Irfan is going to be able to go out in 2 unless he plays EUOI, which he might.
Or just Yaoi, right? Hubert won.
Oh,
apparently. Yeah, he did see DYE. That's 40 points.
So
517. But yeah, what did you say? If yeah, so given that Hubert won, it's going to be Irfan Hubert next turn or next round.
That's correct. So Irfan will now be 1 win ahead of both Atisa and Hubert, but Hubert has a higher spread, so Hubert will be playing Irfan next round. And from there, I think we can work. We'll be able to work out the scenario after this game. Let's see this one play out. So Adisha cannot finish this turn, so his best option is just playing Merle. Irfan also won't be able to finish, of course, with
This
AI.
This is not a word.
Oh, what? Oh wow, it feels very good because Merle is good. And it looks like this one Irfan is not challenging.
You're gonna see Atisha getting away with the phony? Phony 4 after losing his turn. That's a good way to regain confidence in yourself.
A second phony 4 would be horrid. And yeah, it looks like this one she's gonna get away with this one. So
well, Irfan can challenge at any point. The rules state that you don't even have to hold it when the bag is empty. But under 30 seconds now, so looks like he's letting it go. Wow. So, all right. Very surprising.
Atisha will reach 300 with that, thankfully.
Wow. He made it. Incredible. All right. So like we said, yeah, what a weird game. Like we said, Irfan going to take a 1-game lead over Atisha and over Hubert Wee, who also won his last game, if we were to trust YouTube chat. Yeah, maybe we'll interview Irfan again before lunch, but there will be an extended break after this. I'm not sure exactly how long.
I think it's intended to be until 2 p.m. IST, or IST is GMT plus 5.5 hours. So 45 minutes from now. Is
yeah, producer saying yes. Okay. Okay, so 40-minute lunch break.
Yeah.
And we're hearing that we will be able to talk to Irfan again once the players are finished with their postmortem. So we'll let that get set up and be right with you guys in just a moment. So don't go anywhere.
Hey again, guys.
Hey, Irfan, you here? You can hear
I'm
us?
here. I can hear you guys.
All right. So first, congratulations. Huge win. Huge time to pull out a win like this.
Yeah,
I think
thanks.
you were ahead from the start, and yeah, I don't think you missed anything. That spot of Ferrugo's quite
I think I
impressive.
played. I felt I did some good and some bad also in this game. I kind of felt mixed about some of my choices.
Any choices in
Like
particular that you didn't like?
first one, obviously. I mean, starting from the exchange as well. I liked set ahead of send. I felt with send a bad draw and I could get stuck with fishing again. So I went for set.
Okay,
And
yeah,
sonnets was defensive. Um,
yeah.
I
12
typically
point
don't do that, but I
sacrifice.
felt, yeah, I don't know. I typically don't do that, but I don't know. I think I overthought it.
You thought, yeah,
I think I
because
should have played soonest. Even if I did, I think I should have played soonest, though it would have still given him the same word on top. But
so why not? Why not? Like you thought, what Telsons would give back the hotspot,
anything Telsons, yeah. I just didn't
but
chicken out of giving the J or the Z unnecessarily.
yeah, the E is only giving the Z. I thought so. That's
Correct.
why
Yeah.
I
I
wouldn't
shouldn't
have.
have. Yeah. I shouldn't have thought so much. I should have just taken the points and ran. Not wasted time either.
Yeah, but I guess it worked out fine
After
for you.
that, yeah, Moti really helped me out because it sorted my rack, as in I was able to go 100 up. I know he doesn't have a bingo coming next. And then to pick the Z and the blank after that, I think I felt pretty much that it was going to be my game after that. I did think that I missed a double double. That was bothering me, but I don't know if I did. Did I miss a double double there when I played Rondavel?
No, so yeah, Rondafel looks pretty good. I think we were thinking of maybe Overland to be a bit more defensive,
I liked
but
Rondavel because I was like, it creates very easy, place for me to play the overlap that I did to defend the next move. It's just one move. If he doesn't have the S right then, I'll get a 30-point score quite often.
yeah, that
It
seemed
worked out a
good.
lot better than I thought, but uh, I thought I'll block it for sure next move. Even in R, in anything I pick, I play well.
Yeah, it worked out perfectly for you. He was struggling with some horrible racks. At one point, he had four eyes in the queue. So
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, Irfan, he drew after Geode. He drew I. Have you ever seen that
Oh
before?
wow, that's insane. Both games. I think he had a pretty bad second half last game as well in terms of the tiles he drew.
Yeah, yeah. So, but Ferrugo's just even thinking that you have a bonus there.
Seriously.
That was the cherry on top. Yeah,
Seriously, yeah. Didn't expect a bingo to come at that stage of the game.
yeah. Well, anyways, we won't keep you too long. You have a half an hour for lunch.
Yeah.
And you
Thanks,
have
guys.
one more game to win.
I
So, yeah,
I hope you guys are rooting
I
for
think
me.
that's all you need.
Or you guys being neutral?
I think Manav's rooting for you, but I'm being
Oh,
neutral.
thanks. So that's still
I would say I'm
tilted in my
pretty
favor
neutral,
then.
but yeah, all the best, Irfan.
Thanks, guys. Thanks. See you
Okay.
on the other side. Bye bye.
Threw you under the bus there, but you know,
No, that's fine.
call it
That's
a
fine.
little bit of fun. All right, guys. So that was their fun. Winning a very, very critical game with 3 rounds to go. So half an hour break for lunch. After that, the final 2 rounds, we're going to see Irfan face off against Hubert Wee. And man, it's going to be very, very epic. I can tell. Quite the incredible finish. So, Manav, what are you going to do for the next half an hour? You going to study some words?
No, definitely not. I'm probably gonna go have lunch myself, I think, and come back.
Yeah, good answer. Good answer. I'm gonna have, I don't know what it is, some meal. I mean, it's 3 a.m. here in Canada, but yeah.
We all
Really
need to
where.
have a moment of appreciation for Josh. He's staying up until about 6 a.m. for him just to commentate this. Huge, huge shout out.
Hey, it's all so much fun. As long as I can stay awake, I'm very happy. So you better keep me on my toes. Ask me questions, stuff like that.
I think with how interesting these games have been so far, you won't have an issue with that. But yeah, let's see. All right. So yeah, we'll see you guys in another half an hour. Half an hour until the next round starts.
Yeah, that seems really good. Plays with ooze and dows, also plays alongside GAI. Yeah, let us know.
Oh, it looks like. Oh, wait,
Chat,
yeah.
you can hear us. I think chat can hear us now.
Are we audible?
Yeah, this was a great play LUIT to set up the S.
It looks like Irfan hasn't seen it, so it's gonna bear fruit. Irfan doesn't have options there, like he could.
Yeah, I mean, seeing the S hook, super important. Like if Hubert doesn't use it next turn, be really between that and like between blocking the S hook and just doing something really bad for Irfan. So this is a very important hook to see. Whether or not he plays using it, because he can score a little bit more by just playing outness, making overlaps. But I feel like if he was playing LUIT, he has an S, so maybe it's worth sacrificing a couple points to use that spot.
Yeah.
So Synios is what he looks to be choosing. Definitely leaving a lot of points on the table, blowing the board open. Yeah, not doing the right things, but yeah, this is definitely a miss.
Yeah, but looks like he's gotten pretty lucky in terms of what Hubert's drawn. Hubert will not have any playable bingos.
Wow. That true?
I don't see anything.
That's really unfortunate. And this is a must-win game for Hubert, so he's not going to have a second chance if he's unable to connect the next few moves. He set up the S hook and he has to be thinking, wow, I guess Irfan didn't see this. Is he going to continue to miss my S? Should I play as if he doesn't see it? Should I try and draw something there eventually? Because if you want to retain that hook, you can play Ogle, OGLE, and block a bunch of the lanes on the bottom, and just hope to hit the S hook on Lewitt. But
Yeah.
otherwise, it might not be good to block so many lanes.
I think I would prefer playing something like Ego with Shade, just to open even more of the board and keep your floaters, keep your SO, keep everything. Scores a bit less, but I think it's worth it in terms of board state. Could also play something like GOLE with Age, but that sort of blocks your silhouette hook. It makes it harder at least.
So curiously, Irfan has not looked at his tiles. Could that be that he's on hold, that his tiles are on the table, or is it that he just doesn't want to give back any information?
No,
Hubert.
I think he's on hold because I don't think you would ever take this long. It's been what, 2 minutes? Is that? Yeah, it's just hitting 2 minutes. Yeah, I think it's definitely on hold. I wonder if it's on hold for Sinuous or Shad. Could be either.
It's such a crazy situation. 26,
Oh.
just maximizing his score.
Okay, so then I think Irfan might still be looking at his previous rack and seeing if he missed anything. That's not a great like idea, but that could be it. Or he could have been on hold. We'll never know.
I don't know. I feel like this is some content. I feel like this is him just leaving the suspense to us.
That it could be.
Whatever it is, we love to see interesting things happening. So this is a good draw. AEMNWY. You have a small lead, and it turns out that potentially Irfan's best plays will inhibit, if not
Yeah, we could definitely see that, but I think I would personally, if I didn't know Lewitt, if I didn't know the S hook, I would probably lean towards maybe U. See him leaving it open.
Yeah, but it could be nice as well to set up the M with the Y, and just set up scoring on two fronts. But it is very dangerous. So we're seeing Newly come down. Yeah, an aggressive play, setting up two spots to score in. So Irfan guaranteeing a pretty good score next move, but in turn he's giving back 5 for 38 points, which I think is actually no, infusive.
Oh,
Oh my
yeah.
goodness!
Is
Wow,
infusive? Is infusive even better? You're scoring 66 and you're creating a huge scoring threat, but I think you have to take it.
absolutely.
But Irfan will be
No
able to
question.
score.
You have to take it and hope to hit one of those scoring spots. You're probably not hitting the scoring spot next to the E of infusive, but good chances to get 30, 40 on the top row next
Hmm.
turn.
Yeah.
And Irfan just one letter off, drew 4 constants, one letter off of a pretty devastating bonus on the left side for Irfan
Also,
Siddiqui.
if you noticed, Hubert was dribbling at the tiles as he placed them. They were falling all over. It's of Magnus Carlsen for him in this tournament, isn't there? With the table slap earlier and now the pieces falling over.
Absolutely. Yes. And I'm
Yeah.
sure Hubert loves the comparison to the best chess player in the world, despite the I guess what we're implying here with the nervousness.
Yeah, we're not comparing the right things. We should be comparing how good he's playing, not the rest. But it looks like Irfan is going to go for damned. If he draws an E, he would have damneder to that.
Oh, that's pretty cool. It's a three
But
point sacrifice, but it's very interesting.
yeah, I mean Maddenor isn't good. So yeah, if you play Madden, you aren't giving yourself that opportunity, I suppose. But I don't know if I would I would sacrifice 3 points for that. I guess
And
D.
you go ahead.
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is DE actually takes a lot less hooks than ME, so you're actually being slightly defensive with this.
Yeah, and considering, I mean, what little I know about Irfan, but the two interviews we've had, it does seem like he is not um, chicken when it comes to sacrificing points or position for certain goals. So, I like the creativity for sure. You mentioned fewer hooks on DE than ME, so more defensive. Potentially drawing the ER for Damder, and it looks like wow, Spyrier. That's an incredible draw. And Irfan with a 35-point lead now is going to extend that lead.
It is Hubert's turn first, and Hubert will probably wipe out that lead by playing something like Sight in the top left. Yeah, I think Sight or Sito looks good.
Mm-hmm. Hubert could also play Damder for score, but it's only 7 more than Sito or Sight. So, and that's a big, big scoring spot at the top there. You don't really want to leave open when you're down. But yeah, Hubert, I think, a little bit upset at the situation he's in here. After setting up the S hook, just missing all of his bingos. Um, yeah.
It looks like Hubert's looking at colorette, which is not a word, but it was something I was thinking of as well through the LO. It looks somewhat plausible, I suppose. But yeah, he's gonna just play Sito, which is. Do you think EERT is better than EORT?
It's highly dependent. Um, highly dependent on the position. I feel like in this position, keeping the O is better for OY, but not sure. So we're seeing pricier or privier here. Doesn't matter which one it is. I'm just gonna imagine it's pricier.
What's Hubert's last tile? Can't tell what that is. Is it an I? If it's an I, then
think
he has
so.
plenty of bingos. If it's an L, then he wouldn't have any sevens. So, depending on what that is, he could either be right back in the game or have to wait a bit.
No, for sure it's an I, right? Because the L, the line would be a little bit further to the left, right? It wouldn't be in the center of the tile. So yeah, Aronite on top of the Y of Newly is almost sure to come down. Wow, what a good draw. AEIRTXY for fun. So after the likely play of Aronite, I guess you could just cash your X to the left of Infusive. There isn't really too much else to worry about in this position.
Yeah, you could do something like YEX with Shady as well for about 41. I'm seeing that looks pretty good also. Yeah, it looks like Aronite will come down.
Yeah, actually, that was the only 7 or 8 letter word available. The only other possible bingo here was retrainee from the RE at the bottom of the board.
Oh, wow. That would be, if that was his only bingo, then seeing that would be spectacular. But obviously, Aronite is a better play.
And Hubert's still in the game, so after this 260 to 261, Irfan definitely has the advantage, but no blanks left. It's really going to be a race to a potential final bingo of the game, or just a high-scoring play. That F is a very nice tile for underlapping the ITE.
Absolutely, although I don't know if he has too many options there immediately. Meanwhile, Irfan is going to score well over 40 points with this X in quite a few spots. He could even do something like play Taxer underneath Ironite to block that hotspot. I think I would be leaning towards EX with Shady. What about you?
Well, what I'm thinking, what I would lean towards, I guess, might be different from what Irfan's thinking about, but you could just play Exit to the left of the FUSI of Infusive and keep pretty balanced stuff. ARY guarantees a decent score next turn, but maybe Irfan wants to retain the ER for Damder. So maybe he's going to play a little bit shorter, just XI, for example. If he plays Yex, he can redraw an E for Damder. But I do like this idea of playing Shady and Yex. It kind of clarifies what's going on the right side of the board. You pretty much know that if anything happens, it's going to be on a further right column than like if something happens with Shade or Obit or something like that. It's a little bit less easy to figure out what the board is going to look like. So Yex sort of clarifies the future state of the board in a nice way and scores very nicely as well.
So there's only one more hour remaining after this, so he doesn't have to worry too much about Damder coming down for Hubert, I think. But yeah, you do want to keep your own hour, so something like Taxer definitely doesn't make sense. He's looking at Yex, but he could also play Yex to the left of Infusive for 37. That's also a decent option.
Yeah, I don't really see the point of sacrificing the points. I think, given that it's a tie game, of course Irfan has the lead. It's his turn to move. He's going to score 40 points. But I feel like, yeah, it's interesting. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, Yex with Shady allows for some high-scoring overlaps, right? And like because there's a lot of heavy tiles in the bag, Yex with Shady could easily allow like 30, 40 point plays that score well and open the board. Is what I don't love. Plays starting with the W or the F or the H. There's a lot of high-scoring tiles in this bag. J, Q, K, Z, all remaining. We've had a lot of S's and blanks gone, but power tiles are all in the bag.
So we do see XI. That is what I expected Irfan to play. So maybe I am sort of honing in on the way he plays Scrabble. This is really just nice. It's just a nice play. The balance is very good. You're never going to run into a terrible rack, and you might even draw into a bonus. So UFO makes a lot of sense for Hubert, scoring 31 points, keeping IKMT. He's not really worried about keeping an I. It's the last one in the bag. You're scoring nicely. I don't really see any other play there.
Yeah, I just wish you could keep the F to get a higher scoring player, but you don't really have many other options with this rack. I think he's going to be happy to see 2 more A's on his rack. That'll give him some more flexibility.
Definitely. And, things are getting closer and closer to the end of the game. 16 tiles in the bag after UFO. And the question here is it worth it to play Damager now for 36, extending the lead to a little bit over 40? Or do you want to keep something a little bit more balanced? You can play YO for 21 points with die at the bottom left of the board and keep AELRT extremely strong. Is that an option that you like?
I don't like YO because you're blocking Damned, but I could consider YA because that still allows Damned to play with Ear. YO would block that. I would consider YA there because I think you still want to have the option to just get 36 free points at some point. I think you want to keep that option for yourself.
Right. And it's interesting. I mean, Damned does keep YA as possibility next turn, but I think the other way around is a lot more flexible, given that you can bonus. And it looks like AY being separated from the rest of the rack. It's not super likely that Irfan's going to bonus next turn, but if he does, it's going to be very, very good for him. And so YA is a more flexible option. Maybe you bonus next turn. If not, you can get Damned.
Yeah, and something that I don't think either of us mentioned is that he does have a 7-letter word on his rack. It's just not playing anywhere, a Royalette.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he doesn't have a spot, which I'm sure he has realized by now. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see YA. I think that looks pretty strong to me. The only issue is you're sort of allowing Hubert to maybe just play something like ZE there or OK and score pretty well for a short play, but I don't think you're too worried about that.
And for Hubert, it's going to be kind of difficult to find a move. I mean, he's had a lot of time to think about this position, but it feels like all of his scoring plays are going to open parts of the board that he doesn't really want to open. Just trying to think of what he does once a play comes down in the bottom left of the board. Just like PAK and top feels so likely to get punished.
Yeah, that just doesn't. It doesn't seem like it's helping your position in any way. Maybe Vamp from the VF Vand, but that's just 13 points. I don't know.
I'm very curious what direction Hubert's going to go here. What you can even do. Do you go aggressive? You are only down 42, but feels like drawing that final S is going to be huge. So maybe you just plan for it. Maybe you play PAIK or PIKA. Try to draw that S.
Oh, actually, he has some nice plays in between Privier and Ogler now because Irfan chose Damned instead. So now he can play things like KAM there or MAK.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, KAM or map. Yeah, those are the choices that the engine likes. Engine giving Hubert around a 30% chance to win this game from this position. So it could go either way for sure, but look at that draw. Irfan drew SZ. Can you imagine a better draw for him?
I think 4 eyes is slightly better. Yeah, but yeah, that's an incredible draw to get at this stage of the game. I mean, so it looks like Hubert is going to play KAM fairly quickly. Just take 24 points, I think. And yeah, now Irfan does have a slight lead because of his last two plays, both scoring 36. So after Cam, Irfan is up by 18, and it's his move. So great spot to be in for Irfan. But as I'm saying
But
that, yeah, I think you saw it as well. Hubert has two 7-letter words on his rack.
yeah, neither of them are playing right now on the board. But depending on what Irfan does, you can imagine play like SOZ and Shads coming down for a nice score of playing STYLO, overlapping the AID of Gade. But do you want to play your S? Do you want to just keep it for the rest of the game? So lots to think about for Irfan. I feel like he's maybe a problem that he might face here is trying to do too much in the position. Maybe you just take your S and run. Maybe you just score 40 points.
Yeah, I think I don't see any good options that keep the S for him, so he might have to. What is he doing if he's not playing the S on this rack?
I have no idea. Yeah, really don't know. Like AGLY looks terrible. YA somewhere looks pretty bad as well.
He's separated AY again. I don't know where he's planning on playing that.
Yeah, at J7. So just playing with Obia and Shady.
Oh, that's actually decent because you're giving yourself another Ahsoka of a sort. I don't mind that play too much. Okay, yeah, I could see that. I could see just AY being fairly good for him.
Yeah, Engine giving him now with that draw 90% to win this game. I mean, that's how quickly the tables can turn with such a draw. And this is going to open nothing for Hubert. Going to have to struggle to try and make something happen. Do we play pick or pack underneath the O of UFO just to try and set up a lane?
So yeah, so what I just noticed is looking at the bag, there's a Q, and Hubert holds the last A and the last I. So if Irfan gets it, I think he's already Q stuck. I don't think there's anywhere on this board a Q can go. So if Irfan gets that, that could be deciding.
Yeah, it's like no chance. Is that really true? No chance of drawing a Q play for the rest of the game for fun?
Unless
Could
Hubert
that be?
opens something. Unless Hubert opens something up. Unless Hubert gives him an I or an A. I don't see how else it's even possible with this
That's
bag.
unbelievable.
Yeah, it looks.
So both players holding the tiles that the other needs to get rid of the Q. If drawn. Okay, wow.
For Hubert, it might be possible, but like on this board right now, even with the I don't see any options right now. Okay, right. There is one possible play as the chat has seen. Shekel could be possible with the Q. But the odds of that coming down are insanely low. That would be spectacular.
Wow.
Irfan keeping us in suspense again by hiding his tiles, or rather, even he hasn't seen them. He's also in suspense, but huge.
Just making sure he's got everything cracked off, making sure he knows what are the tiles remaining from his perspective. 16 tiles are unseen to Hubert, which means that 16 tiles are unseen to Irfan. Hubert's got great ones compared to the rest of the pool. Other than that S, like rack is fantastic, but you have to think like you have to make something happen. You're down 40 points, right? But apparently not. Apparently it's just pretty much a coin flip here. Whoever draws the Q is probably going to lose, even though Irfan's up 40 points. maybe he can manage to survive a Q stick. But
I don't know,
pick
but
looks fantastic.
just what we think? Pick.
Because
Yeah.
if Hubert draws the Q now, he has Pika and Kot.
Yeah, pick looks good. Pack also look decent. But yeah, pack, I suppose, doesn't set up the Q plays.
So let's see. What is Irfan drawn? Another T and another O. All right. So his only hook to pick is his S. Is that right?
Yeah, he doesn't have any others. There's 3 more E's unseen to him, so he can hope to draw one, but I don't see how else he blocks that other than by playing something like Clot, but that would create another spot. So Irfan has to be worrying about bonuses and he has to worry about Q6. So very tricky position for him to play.
This is this is such a double-edged position. Who knows who's gonna draw the Q? And like you said in the chat, it's probably a death sentence. So Irfan's thinking about lot underneath pick, making topo and IT. That looks pretty good. And yeah, maybe you just don't want to play that many tiles. There's 6 tiles in the bag. Hubert has not drawn the Q, but he also hasn't drawn a bingo, it seems. So even if Hubert draws into a bingo, maybe next turn he might get Q stuck and still lose.
So 13 tiles unseen, which means there's 6 in the bag. So if Irfan plays off 3 tiles, then Hubert can play 1 or 2 and try and draw a bingo. But he has to remember the more tiles he draws, the more likely he is to get that Q. So maybe the move for Hubert would be to just play 1 tile and try and avoid the Q as much as he can. I really wonder what
insane position. Yeah, I do wonder what he's gonna do. You can maybe play something like Gut for 4 and like try to set up your S and just not play that many tiles.
You could play Lot. I like the idea of playing Lot and trying to draw a 5-letter word and trying to play a 5-letter word there once the bag is empty, because if you play Lot then and Hubert plays a 5, then Hubert's going to be emptying the bag and almost always drawing the Q. So I don't mind something like Lot as well.
What? The engine says play LOLZ for 23.
Oh, that's amazing. I
Am
didn't think
I?
of that. No, that's perfect. That's perfect. There's very few plays that Hubert can make with the Z.
Oh
Hubert
my.
can only play, I think Zeta is the only word that would fit. I'm not seeing anything other than Zeta. So yeah, if Zeta comes down, then at the very least, if you draw the Q, he'll open Q80 for you. Maybe Lot. I mean, Lols probably loses if you draw the Q, I think. But other than that, it's good. But that's a word that you almost never see, and thinking of it in this situation is almost impossible. And maybe Nigel sees the play.
It's actually ridiculous. So the idea is that even if Hubert can play Zeta next turn, you're up by enough to withstand that as long as you don't draw the Q and you're only playing 2 tiles out of 6 remaining tiles. Who knows? Maybe Hubert already has the Q and it's pretty much game over. Wow. I cannot believe we're seeing this game. I think neither player has any clue, but Lot makes a lot of sense. 16 points. Oh, he's playing Clot! Or he's playing Colt! Wow!
Yeah, I get why, because given how few vowels there are, it's really hard for Hubert to start a bingo with a vowel. But he's playing off 3 tiles.
50% chance of drawing the Q. Will he see it? N, J, Q! Oh
Wow. That's an incredible final rack to have. JQZ on one final rack.
Oh my goodness!
What a game.
So Hubert, of course, just needs to make sure he doesn't draw the Q here, but will he have enough? There's so much scoring potential. He doesn't know that there's still an E in the bag. I have no idea what Hubert's going to do here, but it does feel really, really good as long as he doesn't panic go over time.
Yeah, this is such
Wow.
a dynamic endgame and they're both pretty low on time. This is a great finish to this game, and if Irfan can bring this one home, then I think he definitely deserves to win the tournament. But
Oh man.
yeah, it looks like Hubert's lining up playing off just the W somewhere. And if he draws and at least from his perspective, drawing an N would give him plays like Eternal. I don't know where he plays the W though. Maybe low is what he's looking at.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where you play the W at all, does it?
I think it does, because I think Irfan should be able to play off the J and the Z and score a decent amount for them, like 20-20 each. So Hubert will need to score some points because he's getting 20 for the Q, but he's still going to need to score. So
how do you even begin to find a move here? Maybe you just play off your E. Maybe you play your E at the top left or your A, T, and FE. Say, okay, I can't draw this Q. And Colt, what's crazy is it does block QAT. But QAT will still play to the T in Colt, just not with Pika anymore. So Hubert, I mean, he can't survive the Q draw because that means Irfan doesn't have it. But oh my god, he's low on time. I feel like this is going to be a photo finish, and I feel like nobody's gonna know what the heck is going on until the final move.
yeah, this is what more could you ask for here, really?
Wow.
Under 3 minutes now.
You have to imagine with the play of Colts, Irfan could not have had the Q with that play. Although if he had the Q, what would he have done anyway?
Exactly.
But Hubert probably knows there's a 50% chance Q's in the bag. Irfan's played 3 out of 6. Time is running down, 2 minutes 30 seconds. You need every single second here. Hubert's behind by 28, but if he sticks Irfan with the Q, then he can probably outscore him. But he has to make scoring plays. He has to make quick moves and not give back a humongous spot to Irfan.
So as the chat is suggesting, he could even get J stuck unless he'll have to use the O to get rid of the J. Otherwise, his J might also end up unplayed. Oh, look at this play from
LOWE. Wow.
What's in the bag? EGH, right? So if he draws EH, he'll have Leather or Haltier playing there. And does he threaten anything in the other lane? I don't know if I see it. What's
Leather Haltier.
What is it?
Oh yes, my god! He drew it!
Okay. That's... what can
Jeton! Jeton! Oh, Jeton blocks it.
Does Jeton give back anything else? No.
Nothing. Irfan's going to play this for sure. Is Hubert going to be able to outrun this 36-point play?
I'm seeing... Wait, after Jeton, Irfan can get Z stuck, I believe. Irfan can get Z and Q stuck after Jeton. I only see one play for him, that's SOZ through the O of Colt. So if Hubert blocks that after Jeton, the Z and Q are both stuck, which is something I've never seen in a game of Scrabble, ever.
But neither player has enough time to figure any of this out. Oh my goodness. So the last tile in the bag is a G? Is that right?
Yeah, it's a G. So after Jeton, Irfan will have G, Q, Z, S. He's going to be able to play the G and the S, but the Q and even the G, the G has one spot with Nug, but the Q and the Z could end up stuck. I think they've paused the clocks to double check scores, so I'm assuming that's a legitimate thing and not either of them trying to get more time, but
Of
Yeah, I think-
course. So if
yeah.
oh my god, so the real score right now should be 342, 362. If Irfan doesn't play Jeton, he is almost certainly gonna lose. He's gonna get bingoed out on. But if he does, he's drawing the G. There's only one spot for the Z, and all Hubert has to do is play off maybe one tile. Taupe gives back ZE. It's kind of tricky.
Just play
He has to
TO.
play
I think TO should do it.
IT and TO.
I think that's
And
what-
then this is crazy. I don't know if I've ever seen a QZ stick either. Wow. What in God's name is this?
Oh god, Irfan has, as per, so we have inside information from Sid. Irfan has swapped the columns of Hubert and himself, meaning he's written some of his scores in Hubert's column and some of Hubert's scores in his. So they're actually recounting the entire game. This is.
Oh no.
So hopefully they can arrive at the correct scores, but they play based off of whatever they think, and at the end they're gonna have to whatever score they've agreed upon is the score at the end of the game. So we know the scores are 342 to 362, but for they might have it different.
Does just playing Jet win the game for Irfan? Because it lets him play Saws and Jets?
It could.
Is keeping the O that important? To sacrifice 26 points?
I wonder what the. See, but Hubert can make plays like Hair alongside it with lower. And then I think after going out, Hubert should have enough.
Okay, while they're calculating this, I want to calculate this endgame.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Okay, after Jet,
Irfan is ahead 30.
let's see. Yes.
So Hair
You
would
play-
score.
Yeah, just LARE even keeping the H to score with looks like it's a win.
Yeah, okay. But Hubert would have to find that in 2 minutes.
2 minutes, yeah, and they're still going. They're at Sito.
So
People thinking Irfan's buying time. No, he's just. Both players are just so nervous
Yeah,
that they
you have-
haven't even verified the score one single time during the game to realize that Irfan has put every score in the wrong column. Oh my god, this
Hubert is a very
this is
quiet player.
madness.
He doesn't normally he doesn't normally check scores. So yeah, we're seeing, and as per Sid's actually gone and seen this Irfan score sheet, I believe, and Irfan's score sheet was completely messed up. So it is, he is well within his rights to be double checking the scores. This isn't a tactic.
Gosh. But what we do know is that despite the fact that Irfan's planning on taking an over 50-point lead with his next play, he has nowhere for his Q, nowhere for his Z. All Hubert has to do is block S, O, Z, and IS. He can go out in 2, he can go out in 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, whatever he wants. He's going to win this game as long as he doesn't suffer immense overtime time penalty.
Yeah, I wonder if it's that simple, because Irfan's going to score more points for the G and the S as well. I think Obaz and Say could get him another 16 points, and then Nug is 6 more, so that would be, I mean, I don't, so I think, so 36 for Jeton, 56, 82. Hubert would need to score a combined 40 points for all his tiles, no, 43 points for all his tiles while blocking that, and not opening up any more spots for the side, which should be possible, but to do it with 2 minutes on your clock.
It's definitely easy to do this with unlimited time. But oh my goodness, the nerves must be insane. So
All right, we're
they
back.
figured out the scores. Hopefully they're correct. And Irfan is up 20 points. He's got 2.5 minutes to figure something out. We know from our standpoint that he is in terrible shape.
Yeah,
But it all depends on Hubert making precise plays next turn.
The fact that this is happening with one in the bag, it makes it impossible for Irfan to work out with such little time because he doesn't know what he's drawing. He might think he's drawing a vowel. Like if he draws a vowel, then I think he always wins here. But we know that now all Hubert needs to do is block SOZ. I think.
We see the reaction of drawing the G's. The eyebrows went up like, ooh, that's not good. So, yes, Hubert, with 2 minutes to solve this end game, like we said, there's one spot that the Z can be played in. Hubert needs to lock in. He needs to focus. He needs to make sure that he blocks this one spot, and that will be a victory for him so long as he finishes.
He needs to make
He needs to make a lot of moves. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's taking a lot of time. Is he retracking right now? If he is, that would be. I mean, maybe he can afford to go a minute overtime. I don't know.
He can probably afford to go 2 minutes overtime if he just, if he plays IT to start things off. But he really needs to focus in. This is the most important move of his tournament. You have to block SOZ, the top right.
It looks like he's looking for something like LAH, which also blocks. So it should do. Or no, he's looking at
LAH, RAH, HEAR should work.
Right now he's just lining up hair alongside Jiton, I think. Is that a winning endgame? I don't think that's a winning endgame.
I doubt it.
No, he's got it. He's seen his options there. Is that HE?
HE, okay. I think that works.
So I expect Irfan to play the G off or play the S off first. I'm not sure which is better for him. I think playing the S off first has to be done because otherwise Hubert can go out right now.
Yes.
I'm surprised Irfan is taking time because if he plays instantly, then he could try and get Hubert to slip up.
So I don't think after this HE play, I really think it's got to be over here. I think Irfan's realizing the problem. Yeah. Wow, I cannot believe this game. Hubert has 25 seconds, but he has so much time to just. He can play one letter at a time, and go out with alter, whatever he wants here. As long as he doesn't make a humongous mistake, he managed to block SOZ, and that was the most important thing to do with such immense time pressure. Crazy.
Irfan. So if Irfan doesn't play the G this turn, I think the G also gets stuck on his rack. Or it can be.
G keeps that stuck. Incredible. What in the world? Maybe Irfan needs to try Phony something.
Yeah.
He is going to play XIS for 12. This is clever because it sets up a second spot for. Oh, he's just going to play the G. Okay.
Okay.
14 points. And Hubert, I think, should just go out.
Yeah, but he doesn't need to. And I think he's realized that, I mean, I think just by the fact that he's not playing immediately. Oh, no, he is going to just play Tattler for 14 to go out. And okay, that's a 2-point victory, all right.
Oh my god.
That's very, very tight.
He is only winning by 2 here. So we have to make sure that
they have the
correct scores. We have to. They're probably going to recount it again. If I'm.
Yeah, if he played on the right, it would have been 1 point, and that would have. I mean, I'm sure now there's a lot of ways to like squeeze more points from this endgame, but if you have a, you might as well take it.
Hubert was 7 seconds away from losing this game on time. If he went overtime and then played Tattler, he would have lost. Oh my gosh. What just happened?
Yeah, they are recounting the game. So Just a reminder to anyone watching the stream, you cannot go and tell them the scores that we have. It's up to them to recount it. They will recount it, and then based off of that, whatever scores they have are the final scores.
So once they're finished recounting, hopefully they will have the correct result, which is a Hubert Wee victory. And that will tie things up at 22 and 10. It looks like Adhisha did win. What? Oh my god, Madhav, what if they have a tie and they agree to a tie?
If they have agreed, if they've tied, then I think that opens the door for Adhisha to win. No. Yeah, if they've tied, then Adhisha will play Irfan.
Seems like they're finished.
No, I think what's happening is someone telling them the scores. Because that's not supposed to happen. I hope no one's telling them the scores that we have. Since that's not proper behavior, if it is. But it seems like they've agreed to a score, and it looked like Hubert's entering it, which normally means he won. But of course, in a tie, I suppose either of them could.
So, as long as they do have the correct result, oh wow, okay.
Okay, yeah.
So okay, the director's confirming that they have the correct. So it wasn't just a moment of like saying this is the score. It's like, what score do you have? Okay, that's correct. Don't need to recount. Okay, that's all right. That's not necessarily the proper procedure, but that's okay. That's okay. It does save everyone a lot of time and a lot of annoying math. So 3 players of 22 and 10, but Hubert has 700 spread over Adhisha, and Irfan has 800. So we are going to see a final match between Irfan Siddiqui and Hubert Wee in the final round of the 2026 KSSA Indian Open. I still don't understand what just happened.
I'm still in shock over this game. This is possibly the closest and craziest game of Scrabble I've ever seen. I know that sounds hyperbolic, but this is incredible. Yeah, hopefully we have an even better game to end it, if that's somehow possible.
And I imagine that both of these guys are going to need some time to recover. Of course, this is the first game after lunch, but man, after something like that, I think you need to take a little bit of a walk.
Definitely take a few minutes to process this. And so yeah,
that's our Will Anderson video for sure.
Yeah, I think we could have multiple just from the games that we've had on stream, but this, if one has to be picked, this would definitely be it.
Yeah, the only thing that would be crazier is if they tie the final game and Adhisha wins against Lukman, who seems to have made his way into 4th place.
Since Adhisha won, now Adhisha's guaranteed at the very least 3rd place. All 3 of them are guaranteed 3rd at the very least. And yeah, so no one else can climb up into the top 3. I think Akshay would have lost to Adhisha now, so that's not gonna happen. We'll see the full standings pretty soon. Oh, the standings are here. All right. So yeah, Irfan is in first. Irfan's spread is higher than Hubert's by about 70 points. So Irfan is still in first, but obviously that could change. So we now have Lukman up in 4th place and Udayan in 5th. So Lukman will play Adhisha next game.
Wow. So apparently we're going to talk to Irfan again, even though he didn't win this last game. He's obviously way more willing to talk to us than Hubert is.
Yeah, I just wondered if we should let him process.
Yeah. But if he wants to talk, he can talk. Yeah.
Sure, I'm sure everyone would love to hear his opinion of the proceedings.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
So, yeah, we don't have overhead mic, sadly, but we do have Irfan available to talk, I think.
Sure.
Hello, Irfan, is that you? Oh, okay. So, I'm sure Irfan will want to know if Josh, was there a winning play in that Jitan position?
Hey guys.
Oh,
hey.
Don't ask me how I'm feeling.
Okay. What can we ask
would
you?
Jet, would Jet have won me the game?
No.
No.
No, that loses to a simple out and two overlapping.
But I, briefly considered passing when he played pick. Even that I think would have been a mistake, right? If I passed him,
Yeah, you can't
because if he
pass.
bingos, I can't pass.
You can't pass. Passing is just like, at the very least, he'll just pass back. Passing never helps you here. Colt
Yeah, one
was
of the most
so,
bizarre
yeah.
things I did is I didn't record his LUIT move, and I swapped the entire score sheet from there. His scores on my
Yeah.
So you
side and
mean,
mine was his. So I
so
thought
you
I
mean,
had a bigger lead than I did. Yeah, go ahead.
so after 4 moves, you had the wrong scores for the entire game until the very end game.
Yeah,
Wow.
crazy.
But it
Right?
was really close. Like the 8 points didn't make a huge difference. Like you guys were neck and neck the whole way, but you you needed to have the right score. Yeah, no, that was. I mean, you made Scrabble history with that game, you and Hubert. So we're very happy here in the booth. That was insane.
Yeah, we were freaking out over that end game. First
Quite
time I've
crazy.
ever seen a Q and the Z both stuck on the same board is spectacular.
I didn't expect
So
to pick both the J and the Q out of the bag. Seriously.
yeah, I think you played it very well for what you could have done the drawing. Obviously that JQG draw must have been heartbreaking.
Yeah, I don't know if I should have taken my points a little earlier, but I wanted to take it deep. I wanted to keep that flexibility of the ZO and the S when I played Shady. Kill his bingo line there.
So if you played SOZ when you had that shady option,
Right,
he would
right.
have actually hit you with Kinetic. So
Ah,
you dodged the bullet with that one.
right, right.
But yeah, we were discussing the possibility of the Q stick for quite a few moves, but the Z stick only came up at the very end. And
You never expect the Z stick, do you? That's the whole thing. You think the Z, and especially with an O on your rack and an S, you think somehow it's going to bail you out.
Yeah, you never expect the Z Inquisition. So there was one move where you could have given yourself a really, really good chance, and it was completely impossible for anybody to spot except Nigel Richards and the engine. But instead of Colt, the engine likes playing lulls from the LO that Low was played from.
Playing what?
LOLZ.
LOLZ.
LO?
LZ.
LZ.
No, just get rid of the Z then, okay.
It opens the triple. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
But it's the correct move.
Wow, lols, yeah.
Because you're just trying to avoid drawing the Q, and even if he gets a play from the Z, you will be able to outscore him most of the time. So it's just a crazy game. We're gonna let you recover from that and play your final match against Hubert. I don't know if it could be any more eventful and suspenseful than this one, but Scrabble keeps on giving. So good luck to your fun. Good luck to Hubert. Let's make it a great one.
Thanks guys, thanks a lot. Bye.
See ya. All right, everybody. That was Irfan, who just suffered an incredible loss of 2 points to Hubert Wee. And we're gonna have a final, of course.
Yeah, so this isn't official. This isn't a final, but it is essentially a final. So whoever wins the next game between Irfan and Hubert will win the tournament, unless, of course, they end up tying, which is something people have considered. If they end up tying, then Atisha could steal it. But assuming
Her to
I'm sure
guarantee that
yeah,
he should win.
I don't think either
I
of
mean,
them
I
would
feel
want that to
so
happen.
bad. I feel so bad for him that I would almost like to see, Lupin say, okay, you can win and make sure these other guys tie. Of course, none of that's going to happen.
Yeah, so we'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes, I suppose, for the last round, the very last round, round 33. So 32 games of Scrabble is all going to come down to this. And yeah, we'll be back.
Alrighty, this is it. Josh Sokol here with Madhav Kamat for the final game of the marathon tournament KSSA Indian Open 2026, sponsored by Mu Sigma. It's the first time this tournament is being streamed. We have a final match for you guys. It is on the left, Hubert Wee, Grandmaster, Singapore, versus on the left we have Irfan going first in the final game, international master from Bahrain, hailing from Bahrain, and Hubert Wee on the right, grandmaster from Singapore, Nigel's worst nightmare. Whoever wins this game will win the tournament. It's going to be a heck of a finale. We just witnessed one of the most ridiculous live stream games ever. So anything is possible for this one. It might just be a run-of-the-mill game, but Scrabble keeps on giving. Madhav, how are you feeling about this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm stoked after that last game. I don't know how it can get better, but I'm sure it can. So, yeah, I wonder how the players are feeling right now after having played some of the most exhilarating Scrabble of their lives. I just wonder how you can go from that to anything else, really. The feeling when you're in an endgame like that is probably unmatchable. So, yeah, but let's see if Irfan can reset, move on from that. I think he can. He sounded fairly calm about it all when we spoke to him, but yeah, let's see if he recovers, and let's see if Hubert can continue his late charge towards the title.
It's pretty much the same feeling you get when you consider how small we are in the vast universe of space. How small are we in the vast universe of Scrabble endgames, pre-endgames? So many Scrabble positions are unsolvable, too much to think about. More possible plays than atoms in the universe. That type of thing. So it really feels a little bit daunting, but also amazing to be part of such an incredible game. So Irfan's going to go first this game. That'll give him a small advantage. It's around 55% versus 45% to win, with equal strength of players to go first, similar to the advantage in chess. And man, this is it.
Yeah, this is it. 32 rounds up until this point. Very little to separate Hubert, Irfan, and Adhisha. All of them have won 22 out of 32, so that's more than 2/3 of their games, which is incredible considering all the players in this field are very, very strong. So, yeah, amazing tournaments from all of them. But now it comes down to this Irfan versus Hubert for the title. Let's go.
Let's go. Indeed. Irfan drawing tiles. We saw a nice handshake there. Hubert starting the clock, saying, all right, let's get this thing going. Staring Irfan down. I don't think Irfan is intimidated. EIVNXOR.
That's fine.
Very good. Looks like Vernix would be a
Yeah.
great start here.
Yeah, and it looks like he's seen it immediately and will play it within 30 seconds. I wonder if he's considering over Nix. That would be a hilarious phony to make if given he has Vernix available, but maybe that happens. He's gonna take it back. He's gonna think a bit more.
Yeah, I wonder what this is. He just lined it up on his racks like, okay, yeah, this is what I'm doing. 48 points. Vixen is 38, keeping an R. Definitely not worth 10 points to keep an R. Hubert has drawn a blank immediately. Looks like Vernix is on hold. This is definitely a word.
This is a word, so even if Hubert was unsure of it, I might let this one go because you're getting back some amazing bingos, whereas if you challenge it off, Hubert actually doesn't have a bingo here. But obviously, challenging is probably the right decision whenever you're unsure of a word.
except here, you're totally right. Like, if I don't know, it feels like okay, what happens? You challenge this off and you get maybe you exchange. No, you probably have to play something like burn for 14. I don't know. I feel like the math is in favor of letting this go unless you're like 100% sure it's not over.
Yeah. So he's gonna let it go, and now he has options on the double double through the eye. So that'll score almost 100, I think. I think Informer should work.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Reniform and Emperor. And I think neither of these plays takes an S, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah, neither does. So you think you can expect one of those to come down pretty quickly from Hubert? That's not you can't do any better than a double double.
Yeah, and Infirmer's slightly better defensively, but yeah, both of these plays are just fantastic. Way to start. And three O's on Irfan's post Vernix draw. So unless a G comes on the board, which it won't, seems like it's going to be a very good start for Hubert Wee.
A G would be incredible, wouldn't it? Although it can't come. Ugonial is the word. 3 O's, and that's a bingo. Incredibly. But instead, Irfan is going to have to deal with the hard way.
Are they playing upside down? What's going on?
I think the camera is upside down.
Oh yeah, it is.
They're
okay,
playing
interesting.
fine.
Okay, we'll get that fixed. Don't worry, guys.
They wouldn't be playing a game of Scrabble completely upside down. That would be hilarious.
No, it does happen, especially with nerves.
No, like I can see you playing the game. Yeah, but yeah, okay, good. That's correct. All right. So now it's back over to Irfan and his 3 O's. Do you like just playing FOO?
Well, we have to first see if this is going to be challenged, which it is. So this is going to give five extra points. Good way to start the game. 103 points for Hubert. He's just like, yeah, of course that's the word, man. FOO looks pretty good. Sets up a lane for yourself underneath, making fool. Yeah, I mean, it looks better than OON, sure. Don't really see what else you do here.
Yeah, maybe you want to play off more tiles and consider something like Loon or Noon. But yeah, I think ALION is fairly good. You can draw into some bingos with that rack fairly easily, and the R and E floaters are quite nice. So yeah, I think I like Foo. So meanwhile,
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
out of a pool of not so great plays, it's pretty much the only good play here.
look at Hubert's draw. That's quite.
Did they fail to mix the final draw for the last game?
Yeah, I mean, at least I think he's happy to see it early in the game, so he doesn't have to worry about them late in the game like last time.
I mean, just a complete flood of high scoring tiles. I remember one time I was playing a friend / rival like over 10 years ago, and he made a play. He decided to keep like 4 vowels. I'm like, that's terrible play. And he drew HXZ from the bag. I'm like, well, I guess if you draw like that, you could keep whatever you want. This is very similar. It just feels like Hubert's gonna be able to score very nicely for the next few moves. I guess the question is, do you want to get rid of both of the vowels here? Probably not, right? HE is 30 points on top of the ME of Infirmer. HEH underneath looks fantastic to set up the Z. Even sets up the word Z. I think that's what you do here.
That would probably be my move here, but yeah, I don't like keeping the J and the Z both. I would love to get rid of one of them for a score, but there's really no good players that play off either of them. I guess he could play G's JEEZE to the E of Vernix for 29, but HHD is also really, really bad. So he's gonna go for Heed, or he's gonna take that back.
Hmm.
He could
Possibly
play.
thinking about the Y hook.
Yeah, he could play EHED underneath Informer and that sets up the Z. But if you're doing that, then I don't see why not play HEH in the first place.
Yeah, so he's just gonna go for this. I think he probably just didn't notice what HH did. But this is a strong play in its own right for sure. Doesn't open anything new.
Oh
Works
God,
really well.
what is Irfan doing? That's not a word. That is not a word. Looks like he's playing Lanoid, double L. No, that is definitely not a word.
Oh no.
I expect this to be
This
challenged.
is coming off. Wow.
Although Hubert could have let it stand and played JIZ for a lot, but he's gonna challenge it, of course.
Oh no. That's very unfortunate.
Absolutely.
All right. Yeah, you can still play JSZ with JEE. And yeah, it's still early in the game. Of course, this is a huge blow to lose a turn like this. And Irfan's going to have to do some work to be able to bonus soon in this game. But yeah, still early. Might see an anticlimactic end, but you never know until the game is at least halfway done what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think you can tell Irfan is rattled because it looks like he's messed up his alphabetization, which is never a good sign. But yeah, we'll see. He can definitely come back from this. He's not the type to get too caught up on his mistake. So
yeah, and you just you're 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 playing the final game of a tournament for the win. You're already locked into third place, and I don't think that his mental state. I mean, it's definitely going to be affected by this, but there's just so much left in the tank. Feels like you're just on overdrive for the whole entire game. So if this was early in the tournament, he might get very deflated. I think he's gonna pick himself up. And oftentimes, when you see top experts make phonies like this, the first reaction is like, "What? How could that be?" But most of the time, it's because they're confusing multiple words. And in the chat, people discussing LLANERO, Yanero, and LIANOID, and also LLANO. Those three words could easily confuse the brain into thinking that what was just played is valid.
yeah,
And
my
this
guess
happens
is
to the best of us.
absolutely. I think my guess is probably Leonoid because when you alphabetize it, ADIILNO and ADILLNO both look very similar, especially on Ziziva. The I and the L look quite similar to each other, so he's probably just confused the alphagrams because. So I'm pretty sure the way he sees bingos is if he recognizes the alphagram, then he's more likely to look for it. So he must have recognized the alphagram from that, and because of that, believed this was good. So
Yeah.
could happen
And
to anyone.
it could happen to anyone, and it's pretty magical to think about how many words people are able to retain using alphagrams. And just the fact that you've seen the pattern before and you just get this spark, you get this sense that there's something there. And sometimes it's a false positive. It will happen. That's probably right. That's probably what happened in this particular case. And I know that most people that are, shocked by mistakes do realize this. But I think for the newer players in chat, they're like, wait, is this odd? I mean, it's definitely a big mistake. We're not going to sugarcoat it. It's definitely a rarity, but it happens enough that it's not an oddity. Top players, even the best of the best, make mistakes. Hubert's top 3 in the world. He makes mistakes. Motto of your top 5.
I was for a bit. I think I'm ninth now, but yeah, I was for a bit.
Do you make mistakes?
I make way more mistakes than any of these players have been making. So, yeah.
Yeah. And 33 games in, do you make mistakes?
33 games in, I don't know who doesn't make mistakes. I mean, apart from one certain player, but I think everybody else makes mistakes. Even Nigel does make mistakes. We saw that at the Worlds with Seriat. So, yeah. So Hubert's gonna play that. Just play off the J and the Z both. Try and find a better rack.
And yeah, Irfan's had a lot of time to reconsider what to do in this position. Maybe reconsider his life choices. No, just kidding. And I wonder what direction he's going to go here. You could just overlap JEE, play something like DAL or LAD, just AL. You could also make a very aggressive play of Indol, INDOL, overlapping FOO. Sets up an E hook. Don't think I would do that, but it's interesting.
Yeah, I was considering it, but I think the play of HE suggests you definitely have another E in reserve. So if you're thinking it through, it doesn't really make that much sense. So I don't think that's a great option. Maybe something like inland with docks. It sort of means the lane with foo is very hard to close down and it creates another lane.
Yeah, that's a fantastic idea. Of course, you do want to leave that E of Vernix open. That's probably your best lane for eights, but you can't do everything. You can't have it all in this position. You're going to have to make some sort of sacrifice just to try and bonus next turn. And he's considering LOLZ, the play that we were talking about last game. It's definitely straight on the mind still.
Yeah,
But
maybe he's
yeah,
letting it as a joke.
that looks okay.
I like
Well, it
the
looks
idea.
okay.
Yeah, it probably is. I like the idea of playing all underneath the Z with ZA. Just open up a triple triple, give Hubert something to block. I don't mind
Yeah,
that.
I guess the biggest issue is this does open the top of the board after the previous play closed it, but a simple play through the L is going to score well and block the sevens lanes.
Oh,
So
he's
something
gonna
like
give.
blah here.
No, he's gonna give him Gabled, right? With
Oh,
RG.
wow. You're right. Gable just 57 points. Oh, that is very unfortunate.
But it looks like he has drawn a bingo, so he will be able to get some back. And this time he set it up, and this one is valid, Pintada. But it looks like Hubert has seen Gabriel. Oh no, he hasn't. What? Hubert's.
Huh.
And this gives back adapting as well.
Wow.
Huge moment now, because now all of a sudden Irfan will score 95 for adapting, and the lead will be down to about maybe 50 points or so.
Yeah, and Hubert must be like, are you serious? I mean, he knows. That's the thing. He knows that Irfan is keeping IN as well as the A and the D, so that makes Blag an even worse play by that metric. Man, suddenly things are just right back in it for Irfan.
Yeah,
That
well,
was a big blunder by Hubert Wee.
33 games in for him as well. So, yeah, goes to show everyone makes mistakes. Let's see what he. But again, Hubert is still in a good position for this game. He's still up 36 points and can score pretty well on this turn. A few options that scored in the high 30s.
Yeah, 42 is the best he can get. He can just play halved to the D of adapting. That does open a big triple, but it increases his lead to a bingo score. So that's definitely a great option if he chooses to play that. He could play the full word halved, making food. The problem with that is it opens two triples. Irfan's going to get first dibs at the first one, and potentially Hubert will never be able to draw a hook to food. So instead, we're seeing Deval, a similar idea. This keeps the H. The H is very nice for scoring. So I like this idea, but it is a big point sacrifice, 31 points. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know if I would have chosen Dehall. I think I would have played halved with food, or I would have played something like Dev with JEED. I would have considered that at least, although maybe AHLL is a bit too clunky. But
Oof, that's not a great draw for Irfan.
yeah, that's gonna need that. He's gonna need to balance his rack well from here on.
So a couple options that I see right now, potentially Tivi through the V of Deval. The problem with that is it looks like it inhibits the triple down low, but it might actually help Hubert score down there. And the leave is not very good. It's IOOR. And there's also the option of playing Toyo. Play that at the top right next to the ADAP of adapting. Problem with that is it blocks the board.
Yeah, I think Toyo is probably better because you're keeping IIR, but there's two E's on the board. You're thinking of words ending in IER. Maybe you can hit something. I like the fact that Toyo scores well and doesn't really give back obvious scoring hotspots. But this board has so many places to score that that's not really a big deal. So I think yeah, Tivi and Toyo are both very reasonable. Maybe even no, you can't exchange. That's you have to score something. Yeah, I was considering exchanging, but no.
Yeah, I think so. According to the engine, Toyo by far the best play in the position. Always unfortunate to have to keep two eyes, but scoring 31 points seems to be well worth it here, and it would prevent a pretty big play on
I
Huber's
think
part, Champed, from getting played.
Hubert has
Does
another
he have a
very big play.
bingo?
No, he has a very big play though with of Peach with Jeep. So
Oh man, you're right.
yeah, that would be
That's so many points.
49.
49? Yeah. Oh my goodness.
I don't think he has any bingo as Camphene doesn't fit through the N. Yeah, Camphene doesn't fit. So no bingos, but he will score a lot on this turn no matter what Irfan does, either with Champed or with Peach. Champed would be 50, Peach would be 49.
Yeah, so this is very, very good for Hubert. And just having two big plays on opposite ends of the board means you can just relax your senses, just wait, see what your opponent does. And it looks like Yaiti is what Irfan's going to choose here. That makes sense. It creates some play on the left of the board. It blocks a lot of the triple plays. Does keep two O's and doesn't score very well, but this is a sensible approach to the position for sure.
Yeah, I just really dislike two O's. But I think two O's might be worse than two E's in my opinion. Two I's, I mean. But Hubert's gonna go for Champed, which yeah makes sense. Champed is the more defensive play. And that draw for Irfan is horrible. Two I's GW. He has
Really bad. Luckily, he does have one decent option of you could play Wooing through the N of Infirmer, keep just IR.
yeah, wooing is yeah, that seems best by far. I don't really know what else. You could do something like Geo underneath Champed, I suppose. Or
It's
maybe
getting
Woo.
challenged.
Oh, that's unusual because champing is sort of a common English word, right? It's biting. It's another word for biting or
No,
chewing.
that's That's chomping.
No, champ is another word. Yeah, champ is a word for chewing or biting. Yeah.
Really? I've never
Yeah.
heard it. Okay.
Oh.
Well, if I've never heard it, maybe your phone's never heard it, but hey,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
you know something I don't. Yeah, I mean, it is a word, unfortunately, that will give Hubert 5 extra points.
Yeah. So
Um, but
what
yeah,
I was
if he's unsure, he has to try it. Go ahead, sorry.
yeah what I was saying before he challenged was playing Woo there keeps the ing potential through the N of Informer, right? You could draw something ending ing and it'll fit with Gox, so it's not that bad. So yeah, I think that's why he's gone for this. but it's gonna give back some scoring options to Hubert.
Oh, champing at the bit. Yeah, I'm still I'm still very confused. Yeah, Wu is a good play for the reasons you mentioned. The ing still possible through the end of Infirmer. Hubert has drawn pretty well. He kept a lone E. He's drawn three. He's drawn four consonants, two vowels, and he can score 40 points here with either FEINT or FIENT, just underlapping the AW and the MO that were just placed on the board. So he's getting some easy moves here, I would say. High scoring moves, reasonable moves that don't open too much. So he's probably feeling pretty good. And not a great draw for Irfan. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this game is slipping away from Irfan. It's Hubert's just consistently scoring, and Irfan is getting stuck with some really clunky racks.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think Feint and Fient, not much to separate them, and yeah, they both just score really well. It's gonna extend his lead past 150. So no, 140, but that's plenty.
That's plenty, but look at this board, Muddup. There's the E in Vernix still open for 8-letter words. The S hook on Fool still alive. And after FIENT or FEINT, there's a huge double lane that is opened, or just a sevens lane under the F and above the F. So still a lot of options to come back in the game. Of course, we see Irfan's letters are pretty disgusting, but there's a lot of life left in this board. And I guess Hubert's probably trying to think, is there something I can do about that? Or do I just have to keep pushing forward, keep scoring points? I think we know the answer to that question, but he does have the F hook for the Y. Maybe he wants to play something there like FOE just to stop some stuff from happening vertically. Interesting.
Yeah, I think you have to take the points here. But FOE is quite nice, but it's just that lane is one of the least important lanes, and the lane under Wu could easily score very heavily, so you have to block that, I think. Because bingos underneath Wu will score like easily 80 plus, could even be in the 100-point range.
Yeah, I agree that immediately it's not a great thing to do. I guess it's just sort of like you want to have control over the result. And although Hubert is up by 77 points right now, it still feels like he wants to do more for the position. So he's playing Fino instead. He's put it on the board at least. He hasn't committed this play. This is a big sacrifice. The score's 30 instead of 40 points, and it doesn't really seem to prevent that many more things from happening. Curious decision, but the leave is very good.
Yeah, I think it might be. I think he's looking at the leave and trying to get to another bingo, is my guess. 10 points is. I wouldn't do it just because of how many good tiles are in the bag. I would want to play off more. Just look at the bag. There's 4 S's and a blank unseen. I would
Also
want to play
for use.
Yeah, but I would still want to play off more tiles and try and find a blank or at least an S to shut that fool's lane at the minimum.
So during is the response. I think this is most sensible idea. Unfortunately, the sacrifice of blocking that E of Vernix is pretty large, but I think you have to do this.
You're blocking the E and you're blocking your ing spot as well. It's really not ideal, but he has to do it, and he's drawn decently. But I don't know if he'll have playable bingos.
Yeah, outrigs.
Oh no.
It is a word, but
yeah, outrigs and rig outs. Outrigs and rig outs are both words, but neither of them fits currently. Hubert might give him a spot. That's possible. So yeah, just shows because of where During is. Like if During wasn't on the board, he would have had bingos to the ing. He would have had bingos through the E. But now they're both blocked.
Yeah, you could imagine Hubert giving him a spot. He could play BAE, for example, just to score points next to the YIT of YIT. Of course, this doesn't really make sense to open the triple on the left side, making ABY. But how else are you going to really score that well here? I really wonder if this is what's going to happen. This
I
is
don't expect.
exactly what Irfan would need, but I don't expect it.
Yeah, I expect something like on beat underneath Fino, maybe. I think, or
Oh,
a
that's a
play,
fantastic idea.
yeah, or a play with Dev, like playing something in between the D and V. But I don't see any good options there. So I think on beat or maybe Bateen. Yeah, on beat just feels good. You are allowing
Yeah.
Irfan to cheaply score with an S, but I think that's something you're not too worried about. Oh, he's gonna go for it. He's gonna go for exactly what you said.
Wow. This play makes sense. It scores well, keeps well, and that's what Fino was as well. But wow,
Commentators,
this is exactly what Irfan needed, and what a swing that is.
commentators curse. Josh, I believe you said Blag and then he played Blag. You said this and now he's played this.
Keeping it
Yeah,
close. So, of course, Hubert's still up over 100 points. Outrig is going to come down for 76. There's
but
still some life. There's still a blank out.
Hubert's
Anything can happen.
yeah, Hubert's drawn 2 S's, so he's gonna be able to score and block the full spot maybe. But yeah, now all of a sudden Irfan should be down by how much is that? Only about 35 points. So yeah, with the blank in the bag, one more S that's not on Hubert's rack, and those are some pretty good tiles in the bag other than the use. Yeah, pretty good tiles.
And of course, Irfan hasn't made his move yet. He's just thinking, is this valid? I don't know anymore. I played a pony earlier. I have to
So
be 100% sure that is it outrigs? Is it rig outs? Is it both? I think he's gonna have to play one of them for sure.
yeah, he's definitely thinking which of them it is now. I don't know what I think he's alphabetizing it again, just trying to see. I mean, he has time right now. He's still got 14 minutes, but he has to be a bit wary. Last game they both ended up pretty low on time, but I think just because of how dire his situation is, he's gonna have to play one or the other, and we know they're both valid. So yeah, it's coming down. But you can see
Yeah,
he's a
and
bit
if Hubert notices that he just gave this to Irfan, I wonder how he's gonna feel. Oh my goodness. Incredible. So Hubert has great letters, but there's no bonus with these letters. There is, however, an incredible high-scoring play available just playing off an E and an S and not hitting a single bonus square. Vernix's is 31 points,
Oh wow, Warnick
and
says
it does block the board, but there's still an S out, there's still a blank out, so blocking fools makes sense here.
yeah, that's an amazing play. It's incredibly hard to see because there's such a good S spot with ons that he's probably looking at things like teens there, which also has its merits. But Vernix's is actually a brilliant play. I'm not sure if I would ever see that in a game. There's also a huge lane on in column A as well. Buys takes an A hook, ABYS, and there's 3 A's on scene. Hubert does not have an A on his rack. Maybe last turn he could have played Bo keeping the A hook back. But yeah, he has to. Oh, he's played Vernix's. That's great board vision.
Fantastic. And now, is Irfan going to challenge his own word?
No, he's not. But this draw is crucial. ADEWNTE. So no S, no blank, but a pretty balanced rack.
Yeah, no bonus here. But it does appear that Hubert's on hold. He hasn't drawn his tiles.
Oh, okay, right.
This extends his lead to 69 points, so it makes sense to want to challenge something you're unsure of. We'll see if Irfan gives Hubert another 5, another nickel. 2 words have already been challenged this game. Infirmer. Actually, was it Infirmer?
Yeah, it was Informer and
Yeah,
Champ.
Infirmer and Champed.
I wouldn't expect Irfan to challenge because if you think it through, vernix would pluralize to this or to vernices, and I think he would be confident that vernices isn't valid. So I think he's gonna let this one go, but I mean, there's no telling what you can do in the actual situation. Like he could do anything. So he very well, yeah, he's not gonna challenge. Yeah.
All right, crucial draw for Hubert Wee here. Irfan
Actually,
has some.
yeah,
Go
we
ahead.
don't know. He could still be on a courtesy draw. Actually, we can't tell.
Yeah, that's true. But Irfan can play DEW or DEWAN, making Jeed on the bottom right of the board. Both of those plays look really good, but suddenly the board is just pretty close to being dead here. You might consider playing something like Weta and ABYS just to open a new lane, but do coming down, if you draw the blank here, you are in pretty good shape, Irfan.
I
What
think
has Hubert drawn?
what's that last
T?
tile? He could still have some bingos through the U, maybe. Like if it's a C or an L, he could have Q nets or lunettes. I don't think any of those are remaining, so it can't be that one of those.
That's a K.
Oh, okay. It also looked like he dropped the S down, and I wonder if Irfan saw it in that split second where it was off Hubert's rack.
Oh, that would be brutal. You notice that. Is that worse for Hubert or worse for Irfan to know that Hubert has an S?
There's also one sneaky lane in the middle of the board with Dev, in case you didn't notice that.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, that's another. Actually, it's actually quite good because you can end in ES also, ER. So that's another. So I think Hubert will look to do something like maybe play Kets underneath Fino, block that, score well, extend his lead to a bingo once again.
Yeah, that looks fantastic. Scoring 40 points, extending the lead by a lot. Yeah. That's what I would do for sure.
I mean, you could also play Ket on the left of Boa to block Abbeys if you're very scared of that. With
Oh,
Koi
interesting.
I
You
don't know.
could, you could. I feel like that isn't as big of a deal as the lane in the center of the board. And Irfan leaving us in suspense. What is the 3-tile draw? Will he draw a word ending in an A?
So Kets does take an S hook, I believe, and so there is still potential in that lane. It's not completely dead, but yeah, now it's a lot harder to hit.
Cuniate.
So Hubert blocked his own bingo, right? Because Cuniate would have played that otherwise, but now it won't. Is that the blank? Did I see a blank? No, I didn't. Never mind.
AAEENTY. So not the greatest draw. What do you do here? Do you play YEA and Dewey to set up that bottom right lane?
So I've seen 3 spots to play YEA, and they all look very, very interesting. So he could play with Dewey, as you said, set up that lane. He could play with ABYS also, create a 7 lane there. And he could play with Cafe underneath Champed and create another lane there. So all 3 of them create a lane, but they're all pretty different lanes. I don't think you play with Dewey because you could be giving back something like QINS there, which would be a killer blow. So my play would be with Cafe. What about you?
I don't know. I really don't know here. We're in such a similar situation to the last game. 6 tiles in the bag. Remember, there's a queue out. In this particular instance, the queue isn't nearly as dangerous. Man, I don't know. I don't know what I would do here. This is so stressful. Maybe playing 4 tiles is better to prevent Hubert from not emptying the bag, but how do you do that while again continuing to leave spots open? So what Irfan needs to do here is make sure he has enough spots on the board. The reason I don't like YEA and ABYS is that it sort of just contains all of the threats in one area of the board. So Hubert can often block pretty much everything by playing on that side of the board. That's why I feel it might be necessary to play with Dewey. You could play with Cafe, score a little bit less, and potentially create a lane there as well. If you draw a word ending in A, it'll fit in both spots with the ABYS and with AY. But I don't know, maybe you need to score a little bit more.
Oh, this is gonna be disastrous.
A.
I don't know what he's gunning for, but this is gonna be disastrous because Hubert has Q8, and
Wow.
I'm assuming Hubert will see it, of course. Now he needs to play it. He is somewhat low on time, but
What was he going for?
yeah, he's playing it immediately.
Oh man. This is
And
just like cold shower.
okay, I think Irfan has drawn bingos that play with skets. So if Hubert didn't have a bingo, that could have been a crazy ending. Actually, even now, because Hubert's gonna draw the Q, Irfan has dice stores with skets, dev, and your.
Wow. It won't
So
be enough. Unfortunately, he's down 132 here.
yeah.
But that is completely insane that he managed to draw something there. What would have happened if he played YEA with Dewey? Oh my goodness.
I don't know. Maybe if he even played that A and A somewhere else, because maybe this is what he was looking for. Maybe he was trying to draw Deister here, and he drew it. So he's gonna get 84 for Deister, I believe, plus 24 off Hubert's rack, so 108. So that'll take him to 471, but that's not enough. That's
Hubert Wee is going to be the two-time KSSA Indian Open champion after a very hard-fought final day, just like last year. Unbelievable.
yeah. I think that's gonna be it for this game. No matter what Irfan does here, Hubert has this one. So he is your champion for this year. Yes.
Very, very impressive stuff by both of these guys. It really did seem to come down to that final play. If YEA or anything was played in that spot, as Diesters found beautiful, beautiful, Q8 was going to end the game on the spot. But Irfan couldn't know that.
Yeah. So if Hubert didn't have a bingo on his rack and Hubert say played a 3-letter word to block that lane, then Deister could have won. But that's not happening. Yeah, so Irfan knows it's over, but he will still make his best play of Deister. Beautiful overlap. It would have been amazing if he could have won the tournament with that, but instead it'll just seal Hubert's win.
Yes, and okay. So, we know that Hubert won. We are waiting for, as well, a result from Atisha. If Atisha also won, you will also get second place. That's what happened last year, correct?
I believe so, yes. I don't remember it exactly, but yeah. Yeah, Atisha finished second last year. Yeah, by a margin. So yeah, if Atisha wins, Atisha will finish second. Otherwise, Irfan has second on spread. But no matter what, Hubert is the champion for this year.
We see the handshake, and that is it. Congratulations to Grandmaster Hubert Wee out of Singapore. Finally, coming out with the win after, man, so many twists and turns. That last.
Yeah, 471, 45, 495. A well-deserved win, I think, for Hubert. World number 3, and he's played absolutely phenomenally all tournament. He's going to take the game, and with that, the title. Yeah. So
So we'll see if he's wanting to get interviewed. And oh, okay. So yeah, we're probably not gonna get an interview. They have to prepare the prize distribution, prize ceremony. But listen, this is amazing. I'm so happy to have been a part of this with you, Manav, with Sid behind the scenes. I'm probably gonna head to bed very soon, but before I go, just one final shout out, Sid and everyone at the KSSA Scrabble Association for putting in so much work to make this tournament run smoothly, and the stream, first stream ever. Can you guys believe the quality of this? First stream ever. Incredible stuff. Huge thanks to Let's Play Scrabble as well for hosting the live stream on this channel. But everybody, please go to the description of this live stream and follow KSSA YouTube channel for more streams. Manav, anything left to say here?
Yeah, no, so yeah, I'll say a bit. So as we're wrapping up, I think congratulations to Hubert, to Irfan, and Adhisha. The three of them played incredible Scrabble throughout the last 4 days. And obviously a huge thanks to Josh Sokol for being here. I think it's 6 a.m. local for him, so amazing dedication from him. And oh, sorry, I've just realized we have Irfan Siddiqui with us. So hey Irfan, can you hear us?
Yeah, I do. You hear me?
Yeah. So
Go for it, guys. I know I'm played a ranked bad pony. Mixed it up with Leonid.
yeah, that's what we were supposing. I think.
Yeah, I guess we don't have much to say, but just huge congratulations to you. I don't know if you have the results of Atisha's game, but an incredible performance. Hopefully, we'll be seeing more of you. Are you going to Causeway?
The plan is on, but my kids' exams might come in the way, so I don't know. Let's see. Only once I know their dates, I'll be able to confirm. But yeah, I've registered.
Perfect. Not have any questions? Before I head to bed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have anything to ask really. I think you played quite well. That if you were looking to get Deister, that's an incredible spot for you. And
to be honest, I wasn't planning on Deister at all. I knew something over there could be possible, but I didn't even bother thinking. I was more hoping to pick QUYTE and UE. That was what I played for.
oh,
Yeah, either Q blank or QU, because I kept yet for that.
yeah, that's a very interesting idea that actually we didn't see in the booth. So
yeah, so that gives me a 70 odd points, and even if I don't bingo, if he doesn't bingo at Q8, it becomes tied.
yeah, great game. And I think after that draw, he needs to have a bingo for you to lose. Otherwise, you've just won outright. So yeah, very well played. And congratulations overall. Great, great
Okay.
fun watching you.
I'll
You gave
take it.
us some,
Yeah.
yeah, you gave us some really memorable games.
Thanks, guys. Thanks a lot. Appreciate the kind words. Thank you. See you guys.
With that,
Josh, see you sometime, and Madhav, see you next time. You were missed at this tournament, Madhav.
Yeah, see you soon. See you soon. Hopefully, Causeway.
Good luck with your exams. I guess that's why you didn't come.
Yeah, thanks.
Great. Okay, guys, signing out. Bye bye.
Thank you, fun.
Sit. Sit. Sit.
all right. With that, a tearful goodbye to Irfan, who's in great spirits. Fantastic performance by him. I'm signing off, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe, don't forget to tell your friends about Scrabble. How amazing it is to watch these guys. Sid, thank you so much. If you can hear me, you did an amazing job. Hopefully, you get the thanks that you deserve during the prize ceremony. But thank you so much for having us.
Thank you. Really heartening to hear that, Josh, and having you for all the 6 games was an absolute delight. And I was just having a great time listening to both of you. Thanks, Josh, and thanks, Madhav, and hopefully we can meet soon, Josh, in some tournament across the board. Have a good night.
Yeah, so. And before we end, I'd like to just say thanks to everyone for watching this stream. Thanks for all of you who are commenting in the chat and just watching along with us. It's been a pleasure to be commentating this high level of Scrabble.
Yeah, huge pleasure as well. Pleasure's all mine. Lovely to commentate again and maybe play over the board one day when I'm good enough to face the likes of you, Madhav. Thanks for being here. Yeah, have a great day and see you all soon.